Good morning, everyone. I think we can now start and let me welcome you to this final conference of the COACCH Co-Designing the Assessment of Climate Change Cost Horizon 2020 project. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Francesco Bosello, Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Ca' Foscari, Venice, and also coordinator of the project and senior scientist at the Euro-Mediterranean Center of Climate Change, which is also the leader of this of the consortium conducting the research on COACCH. Let me again welcome you to this final conference. We are very glad to have you here and having the opportunity to present our results. It's a 4-year research project, so there will be a lot of results during this final conference. We would like to give you some appetizers, let's say, or some major insights from our research, and we hope that you get curious enough then to visit our website and all the other dissemination tools and media that we are using to communicate the result of our research. Let me also just give you some minor housekeeping rules for the day that is quite intense. Anyway, there will be some presentations followed at the end by a Q&A section. Anyway, we are very keen to answer a question that can pop up also during the presentation, but you are very welcome to send these potential questions through the chat in Zoom, and some of them or one of them could be also chosen if particularly pressing or particularly interesting at the end of each presentation. But anyway, at the end of the sessions, we'll have a Q&A dedicated space for the interaction. Also, please mute your microphones to avoid background noises, and the presenters are also invited to switch on their camera while presenting and switch it off while not presenting. So the day is organized in two, in a morning session and an afternoon session. One, we try to keep them quite short because unfortunately we are still having this conference in remote. We would have liked to have it in presence, but this is not yet very feasible. So we prefer to still keep with this mode of interaction. At the same time, we have the advantage that we could hopefully attract more people than those that could have come in person to a physical meeting. So with that said, there is the morning session ending at 12:30, and then the afternoon session. So please also joining us this afternoon from 2 p.m. to more or less 4 p.m. With that said, I would like to hand the floor to Caterina Drabica, and we are very thank her to giving her availability to say some words, opening words. Caterina is a team leader at the climate team of mitigation and adaptation work streams from the European Commission, DG for Research and Innovation. So, Caterina, thank you very much for being here with us, and the floor is yours for your welcome address. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Francesco. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you for organizing this event and bringing the work of COACCH to this stage. coordinating and running a consortium under a European project is a challenge in its own right, but you were also actually faced with particular circumstances imposed by COVID, which brought it to quite another level. So congratulations for being able to conclude this endeavor. At the end of the project, we are of course very curious to learn about the outcomes and how they will be translated to policy action. Since the project started, I think in 2017, there were a lot of important developments that have highlighted the huge risks to human enterprise from the climate change. Notably the special reports of the IPCC and also the latest report of Working Group 1 on the physical science basis. And all these reports actually state that the risks are here sooner than what we have expected. They are also bigger. And even if we don't follow what science says, we can see it with our own eyes, where pretty much every day we have news from the media on the damaging impact and manifestations of climate change. Even today, probably you all heard the news from Canada. This is all very sad and only reinforces the message on the urgency of climate action. The positive message from science was and is that it can still be averted, but we really need to act forcefully, and drastic actions are needed. Since we are very freshly after the COP26, and I'm sure the scientific, you representing scientific community, you have been really following it every day. I probably you know more than me. What I took away is that what Antonio Gutierrez said, that COP26 was a step in the right direction, but it's certainly not enough. And I guess that we have a bit of a bitter feeling that it could have achieved more. But in this context, I wanted to highlight the importance of the scientific community now and in this decade that will be critical for climate action. In the very short term, in the aftermath of COP26, its role will be certainly to help us digest all the commitments that have been made and their real value, because scientific analysis is needed to understand what their real impact will be. But in the broader sense, also the scientific community will need to play an important role. Not just, I will not even speak about bringing the solutions that are needed to avert climate change, but actually to drive ambition in the coming years to guide the policy actions. And you know, when there is a fire, somebody needs to ring the alarm, and this is the role of the scientific community. And actually these days is the role of scientific community needs to be redefined, because it's not just about creating the evidence, but also communicating this. And I think in this sphere, COACCH has been really COACCH's work was very important, because you looked into these different channels of dissemination, on working with different stakeholders, co-creation. So this is a bit new ground for scientists. This is not where scientific community was always active. So this is quite interesting. But on substance also, the work on the risks, damages and the costs is also critical, because these are typically the arguments that politicians listen to when building their strategies. This is also critical knowledge to gain or to help get political acceptance for actions that are putting on the table. But a lot remains to be done, because you probably know best how challenging it is to monetize and to put the values around on the cost of the climate change. So we are quite curious to hear about the progress made in this area. We know what Stiglitz once said is that everything that is not monetized is not seen by policymakers. I think it's true. So it only underscores the importance of your research. And also in the past, historically, in the cost-benefit analysis of climate change, we know that the costs of mitigation typically were overestimated, while the benefits typically were underestimated. So again, one more argument. In Europe, as you know, the European Green Deal is deeply anchored in science. It will continue to rely on scientific evidence. The policy framework that we now have, the climate law and the increased targets for 2030 in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction have been largely driven by science. And I can only emphasize how important the role of scientific community in this sphere will be. And as you know, the implementing frameworks, the implementing policies, it's work in progress. The Commission is still tabling the policies that will help achieve these targets. But not only this, also in the context of post-COVID recovery, I think that your work and the broader scientific community also will have a huge role to play to inform the recovery packages, their implementation, to ensure that they reinforce climate and sustainability objectives rather than undermining them. To conclude, I would like to highlight the importance of dissemination of your research results, because the projects end, the journey comes to an end. But my interpretation of the acronym of COACCH is it's not a bus that comes to a depot and remains parked there, but it's the role of coaching stakeholders, transmitting your messages. And so the project ends, but its legacy should last. And you know, the knowledge can be impactful if it is properly transmitted and understood by the end users. So I would like to encourage you to forcefully implement your dissemination plan. I can quote a nice example is a Helix project that concluded in 2017. Probably some of you are aware, because it also looked into damages, tipping points, and the cost of climate change. And it still continues to disseminate its results. It was present at COP26 in one of the panels. So it's really a nice example. Some of the projects of Horizon 2020 projects have organized training courses for European Commission. We have a specific database of courses. This can be recorded and then it can be easily accessed. So I would like to encourage you to explore this option, maybe with your project advisor at the executive agency. This would be quite nice if you could put something like this in place. And I would like also to highlight that there will be certainly interesting opportunities under Horizon Europe to continue and build on the work of COACCH, because the impacts, costs, and risks are I cannot overestimate the importance of this research area. So even in 2022 work program, there is a topic on socio-economic costs of climate change. I'm sure you are aware. So there will be opportunities to build on this work. So once again, thank you very much for the efforts. Please continue to disseminate, and I look forward to, I will try to listen to parts of today's events, and otherwise to read the outcomes, and I will also share, we will share with colleagues in the Commission with the support of executive agencies. So I wish you a fruitful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katarina. What you say is extremely relevant and very much to the core of the ambition of the COACCH project. So we are very keen into presenting our new insights on the relevance of climate change impacts that we try to monetize, but also solutions. So we will see what are the policy implications from all these. And let me also say that our opening presentation is actually on co-design. So we think that it's very important to bring the science result to the wider community, not only the policymakers, but also, let's say, the lay people, because eventually yes, we are all bearing the consequences of climate change. So it's important that everyone is aware. And of course, I'm also glad to say that our results are currently being used. They have been not only presented at the COP26 together with other projects, of course, but our insights are currently incorporated in policy packages that some countries are developing to make the better use of the recovery funds, for instance. So COACCH results are already somehow embedded in the policy decisions, and we are very glad about this. So thank you again, Katarina. I will start myself giving a very quick overview of all the project, then to leave then the floor to more detailed presentation on the different research streams that the project itself developed. So let me share my screen. And of course, let me say that everyone from the audience is welcome to raise questions through the chat. We start reading it. Okay, here we are. So I would like to give you a very quick, relatively quick overview of the structure of this project that is a huge project, at least for us. It's a project that lasted 4 years, also because there was an extension due to COVID. It started in 2017. There are 13 partners or research institutions involved from 7 EU countries. It is a heavily quantitative-based model, because we have used, I counted them, 18 different modeling approaches, but also statistical and econometric techniques. At the same time, it was very important for us to involve the wider possible community. So we had more than 40 stakeholders that followed all the life of the project, and you will see how exactly in the next presentation, how stakeholders have been engaged. In addition, and to many, to the scientific outcome included in project deliverable scientific publication, we are particularly keen to highlight that we have produced 2 open source, I would say, tools that could be publicly and freely accessed, where there are all the data that have been produced by the project itself. So also the data, not only the results, but the quantitative information are publicly available to everyone who's interested. So what are the aims of the project? First, improve our knowledge about the cost of climate change at the sectoral level. So we developed in an integrated way the analysis of some impact areas for climate change, and you see these represented here, from agriculture to health, and all of them together to analyze from the cradle to the grave, from the climate change and social economic scenarios, or in different combination of climate change and social economic scenarios, how these would then impact the economy and the society. So we have climate change science, environmental impact science and the social economic science. And these have been done in trying to promote vertical and horizontal integration across this multidisciplinary environment that we have proud to have been created. Another characteristic of the COACCH project is to improve also the macroeconomic understanding of climate change. And this has been done again, increasing our understanding of macroeconomic mechanisms at the regional level, so going beyond the country level, but also producing a whole new set of damage function, climate change damage function. So some reduced form that link temperature increase to damages. Here we have just one example, but we have this damage function for different impact types and for each country or even region. And we have the aspirational goal that this new stream of evidence could be used by those who are working with integrated assessment models, incorporating this new evidence on damages produced by our project. In addition to, let's say, smooth or slow onset impacts, we also developed an analysis of climate and social economic tipping points, and you will hear something about that. So those situations where huge losses, but with low probability, could be experienced. Catastrophic events, but also some tipping points that could occur at the regional or local level, because these can be as important for local communities as catastrophic events that could have a more global influence or impact. So you will hear something about the tipping point, our tipping point analysis as well. Of course, we would also move from the problems to the solution. So we are analyzing adaptation and mitigation option in front facing this, or as a response to this to the impacts or the new evidence of impacts that we produce. So we analyze adaptation in different sectors, and we analyze optimal policies, optimal mitigation policies, but also robust policies. So we try to identify how to orientate policy decision in the presence of uncertainty. This is something that is quite new to the project itself. So not just highlighting the average solution, but the one that could perform better under different uncertainty frameworks. To finish, let me say, last but not least, the co-design effort that we put in our research. So for us, it was very important, and it is very important, to be policy and also hopefully socially relevant. So the best way to achieve this result is to engage stakeholders, and we engage with stakeholders in order to ask them what they are interested in, which kind of communication tools would be more effective, how to reach them. So this co-design spirit or perspective is really at the heart of the COACCH project, and you will hear about this in the next presentation. Of course, we try to be non-technical as possible, also because, of course, we have one of major aim is to advance the scientific knowledge. So we have a bunch of non-technical policy briefs that are summarizing in a user-friendly languages all the findings of the project, and you can find them in our project website. We have videos. We develop webinars where we communicated and disseminated our results. And as I was mentioning at the beginning, we have user-friendly we develop an user-friendly explorer of our result that will be also briefly presented during this meeting. This is just to show the structure of our research projects, so the different work packages, how they integrate. But basically, I think I said everything I wanted about the scope and the development of the research within COACCH. So here there are the partners and our let's say main addresses that you are very willing to visit as soon as you have time, or you may be curious or following your curiosity. So with that said, I think I just finished my overview of the project. Fine, and I don't see at the moment question on the chat. So I will give the floor to the next presenter, which is Paul Watkins, for the Paul Watkins Associates, that will exactly mention and describe how we tackle this ambitious goal to co-design the project with our stakeholders. So presentation on the activity of stakeholder engagement, what we achieved, how it has been developed. So Paul, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesco. Just to check you can hear me okay. Good, and I'll just check you can see my screen. So I need to go here and hopefully, is that now showing as well? Excellent, thank you. And is it full screen or not?
Not yet.
Hopefully now.
Okay, now it is.
Wonderful. So yeah, I'm going to give a very quick overview of the co-design process, and I want to say a little bit about the process, but I want to spend a bit more time on the results and the lessons that we have from this co-design process. So just going to my first slide, just to check that's gone over. Can you see the, brilliant, okay. So a lot of this was driven by the Horizon 2020 work program and the call text. And that really asked for a new way of doing things that was more working towards co-creation on research projects and making sure that the work was developed with and also provided relevant outputs for policy, business and research actors. So in COACCH, when we were designing the project, we tried to put co-design in as part of the core program. And this is very much, I should have said in my first slide, this is very much a joint effort between myself and my organization, but also Ecologic and Jenny and Katie in particular, and Jack. And this is a team effort and has been and continues to be. So what this meant was that we had to try and do things in a slightly different way to a traditional research project. And rather than just doing the project and presenting results to stakeholders, the idea is that we actually involve stakeholders within the process. This idea of co-design has been around for a couple of decades. It started in sort of Scandinavian product design. And what we've been trying to do, and many others as well, is trying to translate this into the research area. So what we're trying to do, and here's some quick definitions, is at the start of the process, we're trying to cooperatively design a project together with the users of the potential research. And by doing that, what we hope to do is to get something that meets the interests and needs of both stakeholders and researchers. And that's a slightly different way of doing things. As we then go into the project itself, the idea is that we actually develop different elements together. We have a more engaged approach to sort of passing results to stakeholders or even undertaking case study work with them. And that sort of forms a sort of joint knowledge approach, which should help to make the results and the analysis more relevant. And then finally, we try and embed our stakeholders to sort of help in communicating and getting impact on the results, to try and help us get the messaging right, help to communicate, and even help to exploit the results that we provide. So that's the baseline and the background. I think it is worth just highlighting the type of co-design that we did on COACCH. And this is because there are different ways that you can do this. And we have a little matrix that we've spotted in the literature that we think is very nice to communicate this. So going from top to bottom, there's the aim of the co-design process. And that can be sort of two extremes. One extreme is really to say, well, we want to use co-design as a way of challenging existing thinking. Trying to do more transformative work, trying to really change the narrative around what we're doing. And at the bottom is what we would call an instrumental or utilitarian approach, which is more focused on creating usable knowledge. And that's the second of those is very much where COACCH is focused, but there is a role and definitely some advantages in doing the sort of more challenging approaches as well. And then going across the other axis from left to right, you can do this sort of co-design through a brokered approach using intermediaries, or you can do it where you use a sort of open space or agora or a forum to try and use that as a way of inviting reflection and getting more challenges. And so what I want to highlight from this is that where COACCH has ended up is in the sort of bottom left, and that's because we're using a brokered approach, which is trying to generate information of direct relevance for policymakers. So we quite often call that bounded co-design. That's a phrase that we've used. And that, I think, is been really and has worked very well for the project. At the same time, in trying to communicate our results, we want to also highlight that you can do it differently. And certainly if we are thinking about transformational adaptation, for example, we might want to be up in the top right-hand box. The other thing I think we realized early on is we're not the only people doing this. And there's been quite a long tradition of co-design in some areas, particularly in the social science literature. And so one of the things that we did was we looked around at the literature and said, well, what are the success factors for good co-design? And we came up with a list of 7 success factors that we then used in our approach. I'm going to go through these very quickly, but they are important because they led to our protocols and our approaches. And I think they also highlight to where you get better success in co-design overall. So the first thing is to think about co-design as a process as much as an output or an outcome. So getting the process right is important. And related to that, it's very good to have a clear objective and also identify the roles and responsibilities for both researchers and stakeholders. And certainly that's been something that we've found during the course of the project. We want to try and get representative stakeholders. You can't have everybody involved, but also there needs to be a balance of those stakeholders to get a range of alternative views. So that's a balancing act, but I think that's something that we've also tried to do. Obviously, you've got to make sure that there's the time and resources to deliver co-design. If it's not there, then it won't work. And I think one thing that we would very strongly agree later on that we also identified at the start of the project is to try and make the research and the activities user and decision orientated. And then a couple of things just to finish. There's definitely a lot of literature that says that if you work with stakeholders together to produce joint products, that tends to lead to a better engagement process. And also, you shouldn't see this as a one-off thing that's done at the start of the project. It has to be an ongoing process with lots of evaluation and learning. And what we're doing today in many ways is reporting back on that evaluation and learning process. I will probably go through this. We put together on the basis of those success factors a protocol and a roadmap just to communicate that and set out the process. But what I really want to do now is talk about some of the elements that we went through and some of the interesting findings. As Francesco says, we invited a group of about 40 stakeholders and have maintained those mostly through the project. In order to do that, we did communicate very formally at the start of the project and outline the benefits of being involved, but also the pain. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And so, stakeholders as part of a co-design process have to sort of spend more resources themselves in terms of their time to be a part of that. So it's important to make that clear early on. We put together a matrix of stakeholders, and just to highlight, the only thing that the table's there, it's too small to read, is that the stakeholders included different aggregation levels, so European, national and local on the left, but also included from left to right different types of stakeholders, whether they were in the policy domain, in the business domain, or in the research domain. But there's some red there, and the red is there because we tried to also work more closely with a subset of what we called deep engagement stakeholders. And I'll come on to this a little bit later on, but the idea here was that as part of the co-production process, we would have a more and a closer relationship with them. And also, in order to do that, we would nominate people within the team from COACCH that would sort of act as the point person for each of those individual stakeholders. Okay. The co-design process itself. So this is the first thing that you do. As I've sort of highlighted, we sort of did some early work and then tried to communicate that at the first meeting with our stakeholders, trying to get an agreement on the process and the responsibilities. I think one other thing that I would highlight that we tried to orientate our research from the very first part to meet stakeholder needs. And one thing that we did that I think was really useful is that we asked stakeholders to sort of get a list together of what was coming up in their policy windows or in their strategies or what they might be doing in the future, so that we could try and get the COACCH results to produce results that could feed into those processes. Now that is really difficult over a 4-year project, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to say to a stakeholder, what's going to be important in 3 years' time? And that's challenging. But what we were able to do is to say to a stakeholder, well, you know, is there anything in 2 or 3 years' time that you know you've got to do? Could be a national assessment, for example, that we can provide and try and get some relevant results for. And I think that worked really well. The other thing that we did at the start was we came with a list of what we thought were interesting research ideas, and then we got the stakeholders to prioritize those, not only to prioritize, but also to add the gaps. And then what we tried to do was amend our work program to take on board both the priorities and any gaps that were identified. Now, there's limits to what you can do in a research project, especially one that's quite closely defined with a description of work. But what we were able to do, as you can see from the bar chart, is start to sort of make sure that we were covering the high interest areas for stakeholders, but also starting to introduce research gaps that they themselves had identified as being important. In terms of the co-production process, I think Francesco has already highlighted areas such as the use of policy briefs and the feedbacks that have been involved there, the work with policymakers to sort of help us test beta models of policy tools and databases, and that's been extremely useful. What I want to do perhaps is just focus down on one thing that I think, 2 things maybe. One is around the meetings and the way that that changed very significantly over the course of the project. One of the things that I think we found when we met stakeholders was a range of different approaches worked really well in our engagement meetings. So that could be the sort of very classical things that we're doing today, you know, presentations, it could be breakout groups, but we found we got a lot more engagement by restructuring our meetings with, you know, sort of World Cafe sessions, as they're called, you know, rotating tables, or what we like to do is have experts in different corners of the room and encourage people to just go and chat and have a more in-depth discussion on particular issues. And I think just the availability of an informal space for discussion, whether that's coffee breaks or evening meals, I think that was really positive in building a community of stakeholders and researchers, but also getting better feedback. You know, after year 2, we did move to the virtual world when COVID struck. And I think one of the lessons that we found is you can get virtual meetings to work. And I think we had some very successful engagement meetings delivered through web platforms. But at the same time, there is no substitute for meeting physically every now and again. And I think particularly if you want to get more engagement, and certainly at the first part of the project around that co-design of research, meeting physically is incredibly useful. So we found it was very easy to communicate results as we went on through a web platform. It takes a lot more work to get the same level of engagement and the same level of input that you might do over the whole project. And then the other thing I think it's worth highlighting is our work on what I would call a closer co-production set of steps. So what we did is, for a number of stakeholders, we tried to have a closer relationship and do more collaborative work. And there is no doubt that where we had the closest collaboration, we got the most policy uptake and use of COACCH results. And that's an important finding. And I think some of the success stories there were, I've got some examples here. I mean, on the left-hand side, you have an example where Elisa and the BC3 team took COACCH results and downscaled them to Catalonia to provide more direct policy input to local stakeholders. I think that was a really nice example. We've also got some examples, and these range from work with the Global Commission on Global Centre on Adaptation, as well as Glasgow City Region, where we sort of sat down and said, what results would be useful for some of your emerging strategy documents? And can we take COACCH results and then put them in a format that really meets the messages that you want, so that you are using our results, but also disseminating them? And there's some really nice examples we have there in the middle of COACCH results popping up in policy documents and strategies across Europe. And then on the right-hand side, this was one example where we had a good opportunity to work with the Committee on Climate Change in the UK, and where we were able to sort of shape an idea that we thought would be very, very useful, which was around the benefit to cost ratios of adaptation, and then use COACCH and draw upon the consortium to actually populate that. And that messaging has been used in sort of highlighting the case for adaptation that the CCC are using, but again is a really nice example of how COACCH results are feeding through to the policy dialogue and the policy outputs. Okay, I'm aware of the time. We also had an evaluation process. I think this was really important. Just to save a little bit of time, I won't go through this in too much detail, other than to highlight that a continuous process is important, and that different approaches can be combined together, whether they're surveys or online surveys or questionnaires, to try and do that. But we also, I think, learned a couple of lessons about what we might do in the future, just about trying to feed back the evaluation results, both to stakeholders as well as to the research team. So I want to just finish with a couple of headline results now, insights, really. The first one is, well, what's the point of doing this? What did we learn, and what were the benefits of this co-design approach? So we've done some survey work. I think the things to highlight that really come through is co-design really does improve the relevance of research outputs, and it also improves the communication and uptake of the research results in decisions. And we find that both in the research teams and also in the use of the research outputs. So I think that's undoubtedly why you want to do this. And we also, I think, had good feedback from stakeholders that they thought the process was worthwhile. Here's one of our favorite quotes. It's from one of our deep engagement stakeholders who kind of said, I've done sort of co-design before, and I mean, COACCH was really good because it got a lot of bang for buck, a lot of value for money from the engagement process. So that's the good news. Are there any downsides? Well, there are a few downsides. I think the first one and the most obvious is this takes time and resources. So in the COACCH project, we allocated about 10% of the project budget to co-design. And I would say that we needed that. That includes event costs, but it does take more effort, especially at the start of the project. And I think it would be fair to say that some of our research team were surprised by how much extra work it did involve, particularly the deep engagement process. So it's great to do this. There are lots of benefits, but also it does require doing things differently, and that involves time and resource implications. And I think, where we saw the strongest and the greatest use and co-production was with our deep engagement stakeholders. But of course, that involves an even deeper process with more time and resources used. So that means that it limits the number of organizations that you can have that close relationship with, albeit delivering very high benefits. A few other things, definitely the role of the knowledge brokers. And, I'd personally like to thank Ecologic in particular for driving a lot of this forward. This takes a lot of time, and you do need mediators who can run the process. And I think that's making sure that the stakeholders are engaged, but also driving through the research team and making sure things happen. And that does take a lot of work. Producing joint knowledge products together, or at least getting results that can be fed into stakeholders' outputs and documents and strategies, really does help that process. And I think that's something that we would strongly support. We did find that we got the greatest interest from policymakers, less so from our business stakeholders. And part of that is because of COVID, but also I think it's quite challenging to hold on to your stakeholders over a 4-year period. You know, that's a lot of time. Business people tend to work on a much shorter policy cycle. You know, you have to sort of think, and we do need to think a little bit more about how to engage them. And even though we sort of regularly met people through the big meetings, there is something to be said for a continuous process of engagement, whilst recognizing that stakeholders are busy people and lots of projects are doing this. So it's trying to get that balance right. And just one thing to highlight before I finish. There are limits to what you can do within the sort of Horizon 2020 modality. Hopefully in Horizon Europe, we can do a little bit more. I think it is possible to do a little bit more in terms of flexibility and more code production, but that does involve getting partners involved at an earlier stage, even before the description of work is finalized. And I think there's some messages here for sort of the Commission as well. And in many ways, that can be somewhat challenging. So I suppose, as well as highlighting the role for co-production and co-creation in the actual projects themselves, there's probably a need to have more upstream co-design in research proposal calls that could take advantage of some of the sorts of approaches and the lessons that are emerging from project results. And then finally, just to say, we are in the process of producing a little guidance document just to take on board the findings and put this out in a sort of structured way that says, look, here, if you want to do bounded co-design in the same way that COACCH has done, here's a little guidance document on some tips, what to do when, structured around the sort of 4 phases that we've mentioned and we've learned from. And just to say that that will be out soon, but we have really enjoyed the co-production process. Many of our stakeholders are still on the call today and have been very engaged. And I would like to end by thanking them in particular, as well as the research team that's put the co-design and delivered it over the 4 years. With that, I'll say thank you very much, Francesco, and stop my slide presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Perfectly on time. And we have also a question for you, but I will save it for the Q&A question time after presentation. And indeed, I would like to give the floor now to Esther from IASA to present or give an overview of our sectoral impact assessment. So where we investigating climate change impacts by impact area. So of course, it's a huge work, many results, but we shall see a condensed messages from all these research efforts. So Esther, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks very much, Francesco, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to highlight some of the key messages in the sectoral impact assessment in COACCH. Let me just share my screen. So I think it should be okay now. So yeah, as mentioned, this is a large amount of work, and I will just highlight a few of them. So as we know, and was also highlighted in the opening meeting, the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report has shown that climate change is rapid, widespread, and intensifying, and that leads to various impacts, for example, on CO2 concentration, the rapid sea level rise, and a fast decline in Arctic sea ice and glaciers. And this has a large impact on different sectors, but also affects different sectors in different ways. Furthermore, this leads to differentiated distributions within Europe and a differentiated pattern. And next to this, the IPCC assessment report has also shown that climate change is already happening now. And for Europe, this has not remained to be a fact in the literature, but in this summer, we have been confronted with disrupted rain patterns leading to devastating floods, as well as devastating wildfires at the same time in respectively the Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands for river floods, and the Mediterranean areas for wildfires. So many of these changes are expected to become more prominent with rising temperatures, and therefore political actions are underway to slow down the decrease of global temperature increase. And some of the most prominent ones are the one as mentioned as the COP26 in Glasgow that just finished, but also for Europe, especially the European Green Deal, where the EU tries to become climate neutral by 2050. In those respective policy measures, political measures, there are different measures for different sectors. And this also highlights the main need for the socio-economic parts and the climate parts to interact with each other. And this is why in COACCH, the different socio-economic and representative concentration pathways have been decided together with stakeholders to lead to certain combinations to be more assessed in more in-depth at the sectoral level. This sectoral assessment in COACCH has been at the core of the research content for COACCH for the assessment of both slow onset climate change and high-end climate scenarios. So the sectoral impact assessment relied on a large number of models and methods that were estimated that estimated the impacts of climate change on the agriculture, forestry and fisheries, infrastructure and transport, industry, energy and biodiversity, and health sectors. Because of the sheer magnitude of the sectoral impacts generated, I will here focus on some of the highlights related to agriculture and forest fires, sea level rise and river flooding, and heat-related mortality and Lyme vaccination in the remainder of this presentation. However, I would like to refer the participants here to the COACCH website for many other interesting reports and interesting findings generated in the sectoral impact work in COACCH. So the goal here with the sectoral impacts was to get to a spatially resolved and integrated quantitative and economic assessment of the major climate change impacts for both the short and long-term timeframes for those main sectors. So let me start with some of the results for the agriculture and forest fire sectors. This graph shows the changes in productivity for some of the main crop groups in Europe. And as we can see, there are very differentiated patterns to be expected, depending on whether on the type of crops. So whether this would be more maize crops, whether this would be more tubers or more weeds, and also between the regions. So what we could really see is a certain north versus south pattern in corn, where crops such as corn are much more affected than other crops such as wheat. This pattern is especially going to propagate over the future and with higher RCPs, and here also the effects of annual variability are of large importance. However, within the agricultural sector and in general, there are large uncertainties related to, for example, the effects of CO2 fertilization, the estimation of climate models, which you can see in the middle graph here, and the effects of resulting effects of different adaptations. So together with these different crop models and climate models, we estimated a sort of an uncertainty within the different costs of climate, to estimate the different costs of climate change. However, despite these different these patterns, one picture remained, and that is this differentiated pattern within Europe, which you can also see in this graph here. So the differentiated attribution of climate change persists within Europe, leading to, especially for certain crop groups, higher benefits in terms of climate, in especially Central East and Western regions, and lower and losses in the southern regions. This also leads then to certain adaptations, especially in the form of land use, which is contrasted between southern regions, which are the yellow bars here, and the Western and Central Eastern regions, which are the green and pink bars here. So the next thing I wanted to show are some results related to forest fires. As we all have seen in over the summer and the fall, there have been large amount of forest fires in the Mediterranean regions. These forest fires have been also estimated using the forest fire model FLAM, and it was predicted that under especially higher RCPs and with a higher timeline, there would be a larger extent in terms of forest fires. Annual variability in this is of high importance, and also here very regionalized patterns could be estimated, whereas especially the forest fires would occur around the Mediterranean areas, which is something that we have actually seen also just after these results came out. Especially, for example, here in the area of southern Italy and Sicily, forest fires have been estimated. Maybe one takeaway message is that what was estimated, we expected to happen maybe further on, but not as immediately as it actually happened. So next I wanted to say something about the coastal impacts, which have been most led by Daniel Linker from GCF. Here, the DIVA model was used to estimate annual sea flood costs across Europe, and to get an assessment of the coastal impacts and the annual sea flood costs. So we can see that the highest annual impacts in 2100 are especially observed under RCP 8.5 and SSB 5. Here, especially the regions around Italy, Lincolnshire in Great Britain, as well as Antwerp and some northern parts of Germany are affected. In total, in the EU, the annual sea flood cost would estimate to be around 15% of the total global impacts. So what to do about this? Secondly, the model estimated the cost of protection of sea flood events versus the actual benefits of the adaptations. So as you can see that especially under high RCPs and an SSB5 scenario, the impacts of sea flooding are around between 4.5 and 13 trillion, whereas the annual protection costs are only between 15 and 45 billion. So there is a very clear message here that adaptation pays off. And also already with lower RCPs and on a lower and on a shorter time frame. Next, I wanted to show some results about the river flooding, which is especially led by Petra Ignashevich from the VU, Kees van Ginkel from the Deltares, and Max Tesselaar also from the VU. So in terms of the river flooding, the expected annual damage has been calculated between 1960 and 2000. And this graph here on the left presents a single measure for the expected annual damage by discounting it. And the dots will show the areas that are especially at risk to have annual damage from river flooding. However, you can see that those areas which are especially at risk are outside of Europe. But as we know, also within Europe, there are high risks to be expected based on recent events. On the graphs on the right, you will see this contrasted picture between RCPs where RCP 6.0 is on the red line and RCP 2.6 is on the blue line. So here we can see that within RCP 6.0, there is a 5-fold increase in expected welfare losses at the global level. And these can be largely avoided through flood protection. So at the same time, Kees van Ginkel from Deltares developed a high-resolution object-based model that calculates the flood damage on the level of individual road segments within Europe. This was used to assess the direct damage of river flooding, such as, for example, the costs to repair roads. And it was expected here that the annual direct damage from large river floods to road infrastructure in Europe would be around $230 million euros per year. So this would lead to this type of high-resolution flood risk map from Europe, which is more precise and provides more action perspective for road owners, because it actually calculates the damage directly for individual road segments. And then, as mentioned, July 2021, so the past July happened, which where very extreme rainfall led to more than 200 casualties in Germany and Belgium. In COACCH, we contrasted then the impact with what was estimated within the project. This is what you can see here in this figure, where this is actually the area where this happened. This was in a COACCH identified as a relatively vulnerable regions, but well below the most extreme EU regions. However, without this new COACCH object-based risk framework, this object level comparison of modeled and observed damages would not have been done. The risk framework did not account for some aspects, such as the damages to bridges, and in this sense it could be further developed to also take this into account. So these enormous damages to river flooding, of course, also raised the question about adaptation. And Max Tesseler from the VU then estimated the insurance uptake for different roads, for different river floodings using the GloFRIS model. And the impact of this on insurance premiums and the demand for insurance. And this study has shown that the insurance uptake is incomplete and does not increase sufficiently to cover risk flooding towards 2050. This would especially also point towards more tailor-made policies that actually dive into covering this to capturing well insurances that cover well the actual events. The last little piece of work, or not little, but the last piece of work that I wanted to show you is related to the impact on health, as COACCH did not estimate only the direct, but also indirect impacts which are actually difficult to be monetized. This is a study led by Charles University. So the monetary impacts of the premature mortality due to heat waves was here estimated. And this is based on a contingent valuation survey that was conducted in 2 countries, in Spain and the UK, to elicit information about the willingness to pay for reductions in mortality risks that are due to heat waves. We can here also see a very contrasted picture between RCP 8.5 on the one hand and RCP 4.5 on the other hand. Where the premature mortality due to heat waves more than doubles between RCP 8.5 and RCP 4.5. The second item that I wanted to highlight is the willingness to pay for Lyme disease or combined Lyme and encephalitis vaccination. So here also this is based on surveys across Austria, Czech Republic, and Slovakia, following the relative purchasing power. The willingness to pay is differentiated between different countries and varies with the costs, as can be seen. This differentiation in the vaccination uptake is a story we all know too well by now, and therefore it is important to have these kind of studies into the design of different policy measures. So I would like to conclude with some take-home messages about the sectoral impacts. So what we have seen in the different studies related to, for example, agricultural impacts, forest impacts, river flooding, and sea level rise, is that there are very differentiated patterns to be expected. However, all these sectoral studies have been proven to be very topical and very policy relevant, as the river flooding, forest fires, vaccination willingness actually happened over the past months. The regional differentiation, that was one of the main objectives within COACCH, to identify where the costs in which areas within Europe are actually highest, depends a lot on the climate impacts and how they hit different sectors, as well as on local vulnerabilities. And this emphasizes the need to look at these sectors in a spatially resolved way. Also, the results are very highly dependent on the SSP and RCP combinations, but one other clear message that came out is that the benefits of adaptations generally exceeds the costs, even with lower RCPs and on a shorter time frame. Due to this differentiated pattern within Europe, we can conclude that it is very important to look actually at the aggregate level within different regions over the different sectors into a more macro, to identify with more macro level policy making what are actually the most vulnerable regions within Europe. Also, what clearly came out of these stories within the sectoral impact assessment is that the annual variability is highly important to investigate, especially within those sectors that are directly affected, such as forest fires and river flooding. And this could lead to different local tipping points if these are not well taken into account and well covered with policy measures. So those are a few teasers towards the next few presentations within COACCH. So I would very much like to thank you for your attention about this very snapshot overview of the vast amounts of research that has been done within the sectoral impact assessment in COACCH. There are many other relevant studies that have been conducted, but for which I simply did not have the time here to go over them, such as impacts on energy and the biodiversity sectors. So I would highly recommend that you have a look at the COACCH website for all the deliverables on the sectoral impacts conducted within COACCH, and also for the scientific outcomes done within the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther. I think you did. It was very difficult to summarize the results from COACCH because, as you say, there are many. There are 11 different impact areas that have been estimated, and within them also sub areas. So we have also studies on tourism, for instance, biodiversity ecosystems, but labor supply, effect on labor productivity, all this. So you're very welcome to investigate, explore our results. If you are scared by project deliverable that are also very bulky, we have our policy brief that summarizes in a user-friendly language all these results. So I would like to open the Q&A session with just a couple of questions. One, I see one that is for Paul, basically, as a stakeholder engagement expert, and that perhaps also Jenny from Ecologics. I don't know, someone could provide an answer to this. Maeve is asking if there is any advice on how to create informal space for discussion during COVID. Of course, in physical presence is easier, of course, perhaps a beer, but how this can be done in remote, I don't know, some ideas.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so I can tell you first what we did in terms of normal before COVID struck, and then what we did afterwards. But I mean, I think certainly creating an informal space is easier if you have a physical meeting. And we did things such as speed dating, where we tried to get people to meet amongst the research team and the stakeholders, and we had quizzes. And I think we also encouraged people to have sort of bilateral meetings with stakeholders as the project progressed. So you might, if I was, for example, in London, I would drop in and see a stakeholder just to sort of as a catch up. So I think that's fine. In terms of moving to when COVID did occur, I think we tried some things at our meetings to try and make them more informal at times. So those of you who attended COACCH meetings will know that sometimes you had to bring a red object and a green object to our meetings. And that was a way of sort of trying to break the ice. And I think there are things you can do around breaking up meetings with polls and different things, but it is more difficult. I mean, not within COACCH, but within other projects. I mean, people have sort of had a virtual bar where you go for a virtual beer with people at the end of the day. That's something that can work. I was on one more exploratory co-creation project where we had a session where we had to write Japanese poems, and that was a way of trying to break the ice. But I think the one thing that comes through, I think, is if you have managed to build the relationships at the start of the project, it's then easier to sort of have an informal space as you go forward using the virtual world. If you haven't had that informal face-to-face meeting at the start, it's much more difficult to do that only using web. So I think one thing going forward is I think there is a lot of opportunity for hybrid approaches. So you kind of build the relationships with informal meetings at the start, and then that allows you to have a more informal and do things in the virtual world that we wouldn't have tried 3 years ago. But there's no doubt that there's no magic answer. You can try a few different things, but you know, a combination of some physical meetings and then informal tricks is probably the best way forward. But if Jenny or any of the Ecologic team want to add anything, then please do. Yeah, well, you know, Japanese poems was a way of you know, of scaring people, but then also making it informal. Jenny, anything to add?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Paul. Yeah, maybe just some tools which we are using. Actually, we haven't used in COACCH, but we are using in some of our events and projects. I mean, sometimes we do, for example, like exchange walks or scientific walks, so that you have, if you have a longer break within an event, you just matchmake people, and they have the opportunity to walk through their surrounding and have a call during this walk. It's quite on a bilateral two-people basis, and people can also, let's say, manage or can agree on how they want to manage it at the time during this break. But that's, for example, that was one opportunity we have chosen in another project, which worked out actually quite well. But of course, you also need quite a longer break in between different sessions, for example. Otherwise, I think Paul mentioned already speed dating. I think it's also a good tool to get to know people at the beginning of a project, or beginning of a workshop series or something like this. And it, of course, can be done virtually as well. That's, I think, also used in a number of events. I mean, I think what was our, let's say, privilege, and or maybe we were just lucky. I think we had already a good relationship with the stakeholders, and therefore, because we had already in-person meetings, and I think so it was good to have already the spaces, and I think that was really an advantage which we had when we had to move to virtual events.
Thank you, Jenny. Yes, there is a question on the COACCH website. Yes, it will be for sure remain operational at least for a couple of years. So 1 year at least, because we are keeping on updating, uploading results, because this is the final conference, but still there are some work ongoing, and we are refining constantly our results. So this will be so the site will be active, but in addition, we are keeping our databases and tools operational. That could be, and we are going to present them later on. So just a question on flood risk. If this is a question on which kind of adaptation measure were included. So also the crisis management was part of the analysis. So or not. So perhaps someone that specifically addressed the flood risk could answer this point.
Yes, I think Max or Case would probably.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Kees, please.
So we use a couple of different approaches, but I think I can speak in general here, because what we typically do is representing adaptation as keeping the dikes or other flood protection measures at a constant level. So say the dike now protects against a 1 in 100 year flood. Maybe due to climate change, the floods get bigger, but we adapt the dike such that it still protects against the 1 in 100 year event in a new climate. So that means that probably the dike is heightened, so it's adapted, but we keep the risk level more or less at the same point. At least that is how it is done in all the models, so both for coastal and for river. And I am not sure if there is more adaptation included in the other approaches, but at least this is done for all flood risk sectors. And I think generally we don't look into the effect of emergency response. So if there's anything else included, then it's more like local floodproofing measures, like floodproofing your house instead of heightening the dike.
Wouter, perhaps you want to add something.
Yeah, no, I think that's the perfect answer, Case. So I just wanted to say that also in the flood insurance analysis, we count for adaptation measures at the individual building level. So if risk increase, there is a cost-benefit assessment in the model. And if these measures are cost-effective, they will be taken and thereby limit the risk.
Thank you, Wouter. Let me just see if there is another question popping out from the chat, but if not, I have just a question for you, Esther, taking advantage of being the coordinator, that among all the results that we produced, is there something that I mean, surprised you? What is, if you had to say, okay, this is really new, this is something unexpected, or this is, or we know this, and I'm surprised that we got it right. I don't know, something like this.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so maybe two things. I'm very surprised by, or not surprised, I shouldn't probably be surprised, but I'm very happy to see that actually these disaggregated spatial patterns actually worked in COACCH, and that along over the various studies, this has shown to be very policy relevant, and I think very highly beneficial for the stakeholders. Also, when afterwards related to the actual events. And the other fact that that I maybe would highlight, or I'm surprised about, is that the differentiation that everyone within their sector managed to estimate costs, but that the differentiation of those costs or like the amount is very everywhere it's high, but it's still, there's a high variability in it as well. Some it could be from billions to trillions. But this, of course, doesn't mean that adapting or focusing on one sector is more important than on the other sector.
Thank you, Esther. So we have just 1 minute left. So I see a question by Adrian Perels. Adrian, you are welcome to raise your question, unmuting yourself if you like.
Yes.
Hi, Adrian, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, the picture's a bit fake, but let's have the question now. Yeah, so we learned for other projects that in fact, adaptation, of course, big investments can be eventually also really important. But the part of the adaptation may go through all kinds of learning processes, like in logistics or so. You're not directly building a new harbor. You first try to adapt through all kinds of, by better using information, avoiding storms and rerouting and whatever you do. At some point, or well, so in general, so how was this seen in this project? To what extent are these operational and tactical measures? I understand it's difficult and you want clear answers and so you cannot do everything, but how was that tried to get in this learning? And also how did stakeholders look to that? Thank you.
I mean,
yes,
Esther, I can, oh, go on.
No, just a quick part of the answer is that among the adaptation option that we analyze, there is in COACCH one section dedicated to insurance. So this is something that, of course, is a different type of adaptation, definitely not hard, but anyway, it can be expensive. And we show that also insurance may have limitation, and we suggested how to improve that. So I just want to say this, but perhaps Paul would like to add and follow up on this.
Yeah, Esther may also want to comment. I think in COACCH, we started to look at 2 types of adaptation. So I think one is very much the classic way that we have looked at adaptation in models. So that tends to be sort of quite technically and prescriptive in looking at what the risks are and then how adaptations such as dikes can bring those down. And that's incredibly powerful information and useful information. But you're right, at the same time, you know, adaptation is sort of a process. And so one of the things that I think came through, and we started to do very much with some of our stakeholders, was recognizing that policymakers also want to know what to do in the next 5 years. You know, and that's not building dikes in 2050, that's short term. So in some of the sort of policy engagement work and certainly some of the case study work, we try to focus on what packages and where the adaptation economics showed a strong justification for acting in the next 5 years. And as the example I sort of put up with the Climate Change Committee, picking out all the no and low regret options that would, and looking at the benefit to cost ratios to try and say, well, look, you'll need to do some things long term, but also here's a group of activities that you can do in the short term that address some of these sector risks that perhaps align more to short-term national assessment and adaptation plans, whilst not also taking on board those sort of high-level messages that adaptation is incredibly cost-effective and has a high benefit cost ratio in the medium to long term. So I think that's something that, you know, we will is a priority going forward, just in terms of, you know, complementing those top-down modelling approaches with some bottom-up analysis. But I don't know, Esther, if you wanted to add anything or not.
No, it sounds very good. Maybe one from a research perspective, one thing that we try to disentangle also is a sort of an automatic adaptation, which is more an adaptation from the actor themselves versus a more planned adaptation, which would be a more of an adaptation from a government perspective. And of course, the two interact a lot.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I think we have our 15 minutes break now. So thank you very much for attending and for the presentation. Thank you to the presenter and Katrina again. So let's have our break and let's start at 11:35 sharp. So we are perfectly on time, and see you soon. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to this final conference. It's time to start the second session of of the morning presentation round about COACCH, and it's my now task to introduce you about the macroeconomic analysis that we developed within the project. Again, of course, this is just a summary of the major highlights from the research. It is much more complex. There are more models and investigation analysis have been developed. However, I hope to be able to give you the flavor of what we did. So let me share the screen. So what we tried to do with or to achieve with the macroeconomic assessment. Basically, we try to use economic investigation methodologies, macroeconomic investigation methodologies, as a sort of aggregator of impacts. You have seen that the COACCH project produce a lot of many different investigation on different impact areas. There is this temporal, spatial dimension, different impacts, different scenarios. So some robust findings were already highlighted by the sectoral analysis. However, we try to use economics as a sort of aggregator. Anyway, we would like to keep as much as possible the regional resolution and detail of our investigation. And we also aim to communicate as more transparently as possible the uncertainty sources and ranges related to our estimates. Above all, we also aim to provide some kind of further summarizing information from the economic assessment, that even though you see, I just say that this is a sort of aggregator of the impacts, is anyway, or produce anyway, a lot of differentiated information related to the impacts themselves, to the scenarios, the socio-economic and environmental ones. So we try to distill some core information that could be used by in future investigation. And all this, of course, is the first step to then study and investigate the solution or the policy responses to this impact assessment that will be discussed later on. So, as has been already presented, our macroeconomic assessment unfolds within a combination or a space of climate scenarios and social economic scenarios, accounting for high and low climate change signal scenarios and different types of social economic development. In addition to this matrix of scenarios, to account as much as possible for the variety of results and the different drivers of results, we also investigated for each combination a high and medium and low damage characterization of the impact analysis to take into account intra-scenario variability. And we also added some investigation or sensitivity analysis on key economic mechanism, like, for instance, the capital mobility across the EU. Given that we are developing a regional analysis, and it is particularly important to take into account how some kind of economic spreading mechanism could amplify or smoothen the initial direct impact. So to compact all this richness in just one figure, a picture, I chosen this, which represents how, let's say, the distribution of all the macroeconomics. So we are talking about gross regional product. You can interpret this as GDP of the EU regions, and we are analyzing the EU with a NUTS 2 sectoral detail. So this compacts all the gross regional product impacts from the impacts or physical impact, sectoral impact that we have been mentioned before. So it is compacted in this picture. So taking into account either very high climate change, very high impact loss impact case scenarios, but also very low climate signal, very low climate impact scenario. This is what emerges. So this is the picture for 2070, and basically the median loss in the EU, this each dot is a EU region, is more or less 2.2% of the regional product. At the same time, it is interesting to see that there is a non-negligible number of EU regions where the loss can be larger than 5% of the gross regional product. So this somehow compacts everything and gives you an idea of the ranges of macroeconomic impact that all the impacts from climate change can originate. Just is important to say that we are not considering all the impacts here that have been analyzed by the COACCH project, because the macroeconomic assessment, of course, focuses on those impacts that are more suitable to economic evaluation. So, for instance, we did not include here in this picture, there are not the cost induced to changes in mortality or morbidity, the ecosystem and biodiversity loss, and we do not include the catastrophic events here. That is part of a different analysis in the COACCH project. So let me now help you to focus or to disentangle more the results. Of course, this can be quite difficult with this picture, but let me help you to distill the major messages from this macroeconomic assessment. First of all, we don't see yet, at least within the time span of our analysis, this huge differentiation in the average values, at least of the losses across scenarios. So perhaps the different RCPs, the climate change scenarios, are still at least under the macroeconomic viewpoint, because this can differ at the sectoral level or for different impact areas. The macroeconomic losses are rather similar, even though, of course, larger or scenarios where there is more climate change also induce the larger losses. We can say that some economic mechanisms smooth impacts, and this is the case of international or intersectoral trade. How to see this? If we look, for instance, at the scenarios where the socio-economic development path is SSP3, which is represented by a fragmented world where the trade is more difficult, we see that the impacts from climate change are also larger. So the fact that there are restrictions in trade amplifies, and a lot of trade smoothens the climate change impacts. At the same time, we have another mechanism, which is capital movement, that on the contrary amplifies the impacts, especially when we have impacts that affect the capital stock of regions and countries, like sea level rise or river floods, where the capital assets are at risk. Then the fact that investment is very mobile across regions tends to export outside the impact. So this is an amplifier. And we can also observe a regional patterns in macroeconomic losses, where we have the eastern part of the EU, which is more affected than the northern part, even though there are some hotspots there also. So these are the macroeconomic impacts when we put together all the impacts. Can we disentangle or decompose the role of the single impact? We did this also, and this is the picture for the EU countries. We have the same picture for each of the EU NUTS2 regions, but we are not showing this because it is very difficult to read, but you are very welcome to investigate more on this in our briefs and the deliverables, but also with the, we hope that our online explorer could also provide more information about this. But basically what emerges here that particularly concerning are always those impacts that affects the capital stock, like sea level rise and riverine floods. However, non-negligible effects from climate change are induced also by decreasing labor productivity, which is very important, recomposition of energy demand, whereas impacts on fishery, forestry, and agriculture may or may not, it depends on the scenario and on the region, be negative or slightly positive. Notice how the macroeconomic assessment partly confirms, but maybe also slightly different from the results of the sectoral analysis, because here we are taking into account all the international trade mechanism that takes place across regions. So the fact that a region experiences negative yields impact does not mean that eventually it can also lose in macroeconomic terms, because some trade readjustment may advantage that region if other regions may be losing even more. Now, how can we again try to summarize all this information? And we try to do this building our own climate change damage function. This is a reduced form of relations that link temperature increases with GDP losses. We are having a lot of data, more than 1,000 results from the macroeconomic assessment. So we can extract from these clouds of evidence some reduced form relation. And here you have the picture that we are able to build or take for the world as a whole. We have a similar function for the EU countries, and we have also worked at the EU subnational level. Of course, we cannot present everything here, just let me use this summarizing picture. And basically, you see the uncertainty spreading. You see also the average estimation, whereas basically for 3 degrees of temperature increase, the reduced form relation would point at world GDP loss, which is larger than 10%. Let me just point your attention to the star, which is where more or less the damage function used by today's integrated assessment model more or less place the relation between temperature and damage. Our findings are much higher than this modeling literature, at the same time are much more in line with the econometric estimation of damages from climate change. So somehow COACCH is bridging the gap between modeling and econometric literature. So perhaps many of you are aware or familiar with the study by Kahn, all these econometric studies where impacts from climate change emerge to be much higher than what models says. But we now we have this new evidence that brings the two things together, and this is mostly due to the high resolution of all our study. We think that this is the most important driver of these results. Uncertainty. What originates or what is behind the uncertainty of our results? Because you have seen also the spread of impacts and all the macroeconomic assessment. And here we have a simple, hopefully, representation of the uncertainty sources. Basically, you see that the uncertainty which is related to the scenarios themselves, so using a different RCP, climate change scenario, or using a different SSP, social economic scenario, is lower than the uncertainty which is generated by the impact uncertainty or the uncertainty about the social economic adjustment mechanism. So we can say that the intra-scenario uncertainty is still larger than the inter-scenario uncertainty. Perhaps this is also due to the fact that our analysis stops at when the macroeconomic assessment stops at 2070. Perhaps expanding the analysis, the picture may change. But however, we show also that we were able to describe what drives the variability in our result, and we found this out. So, excuse me. Just to conclude, the main take-home messages are the following. First of all, that we were able to highlight potential hotspot areas for impact in the EU, which is a developed area, already by mid-century and in some moderate climate change scenarios. So we highlight that there are areas that could be at risk quickly, and also in let's say in a scenario where the temperature stays at 2 degrees level, does not increase beyond 2 degrees Celsius, which implies that it is important also to go beyond, so below the 2 degrees. We also highlighted with the modeling exercises higher impacts than previously estimated. And again, these shift upwards the, let's say, the macroeconomic risk for the EU in particular. And we also highlighted that the uncertainty, this uncertainty still present, is much more, at least for the analysis that we conducted, related to the intra-climate and social economic scenario variability rather than the inter-scenario variability. So this has an important implication on the role on sensitivity analysis. So more than investigating, if I should derive a conclusion from this, more investigating alternative future is worthwhile to invest in describing the adjustment within each type of future. But this is my very personal take of it. And with that, I think that yes, the macroeconomic presentation is over. And again, let me iterate the invitation to visit our website for all these for ampler information and overview of our results. Okay, we are saving the question for the Q&A section. Of course, I'm glad to see that there are questions popping up. I just want to now leave the floor to my colleague Gabriele, because he's going to present how we try to convey all this wealth world of information in terms of possible user-friendly and interactive way. Then you will see, you will tell us if this can be useful or not. Of course, we develop all this effort with our stakeholders, so we had the positive feedback from them at least. But you know, it's always good to have a further feedback. Gabriele, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. So yes, first of all, let me say a few words about the Scenario Explorer. The Scenario Explorer is an open access and interactive web tool where the users interested in the COACCH project can access the menu results in an easy and user-friendly way. And of course, the users can be policymakers, consultants, business representatives, and the general public as well. And the platform enables the users to visualize the results of the COACCH project concerning the economic costs of climate change, but also the physical impacts, as we will see later on. And the good point of the Scenario Explorer, of course, yes, then I will, okay. The good point of the Scenario Explorer is that we have the outcome for more than 250 European regions at the NUTS2 level. So now let me, I think I can, to understand better how the model works, I think I can share with you the link of the scenario on the chat of Zoom. And also I will try to give you some practical example, and for this I will share my my screen. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen. This is the introduction page where you have these two big buttons, maps and graphs. These are the two main graphical tools we have in the Scenario Explorer. Let's start from maps. In the maps section, basically the user can draw a map on the left and a map on the right and compare them. You have these 5 categories here: impact, scenario, variable, period, investment, mobility. One important thing to keep in mind is that the user must always start from the impact category and select the different options we have here. Here we consider all the 9 impacts in COACCH, agriculture and energy demand, energy supply, and so on and so forth. And also this category, this option, all impacts, which where basically implement all the impacts together in the macroeconomic model. So, and then select one option and moving down to the other categories, so scenarios and so on and so forth. Now, just to give you a practical example, imagine that a policymaker or a representative in the agro industry is interested to have information about the physical consequences of climate change in the agricultural sector. As we know, this sector is sensitive, will be very sensitive to the climate. And imagine, for example, that the user wants to know the physical consequences on crop yields. So we start from the impact category, we select agriculture, then we have to select the scenarios. We have 9 scenarios in COACCH, from the most environmentally friendly, like SSP1, RCP 2.6, to the, to the most emitting one, and which still relies on fossil fuels, like SSP 5, RCP 8.5. We can select an intermediate scenario. If you want, if you click on the question mark, there is the link with additional explanations about the scenarios we used in COACCH. And then for the variable, we have two options. We have the economic impact in terms of GDP and the physical impact, the crop yield. Let's select crop yield. And then the period, the time span is from 2015 to 2070. We can select, for example, 2050. And then for the last category is investment mobility, as mentioned by Francesco. This category refers to the level of market integration in the capital markets. This category can be important for the determination of the economic cost in terms of GDP. It's less relevant for the physical impact. We can choose, in this case, for example, low investment mobility. And then click Show Data, and you will see a map appearing below with all the results in the map are expressed as % changes in a given year compared to the baseline scenario in the same year, in the baseline scenario where no climate impact has been implemented. So in this case, we have all the % changes in the crop yields in 2050 compared to the same year in SSP2 RCP 4.5 where no climate impact has been implemented. You can see here that there are some regions in the Mediterranean areas, in Spain, Italy, which are more affected, more negatively affected than other regions. If we want to have more details about one of these regions, or in general about one specific region, we can use the mouse, go up on that specific region. For example, here I focus on Extremadura, and we can see the results for the medium case, the worst case, and the best case. Here, in the medium case, the productivity loss is around 3.5%, but in the best case, there could be also some gains, and this gives an idea about the uncertainty coming from the biophysical models which have been implemented. As you can see, this uncertainty is not negligible. It's possible to have additional details. For example, if you want to know all the results for all scenario in that specific region, just use the menu below, click all scenarios, click again the Extremadura regions, and you will see all the results for all scenarios. Again, you see that on average, the impacts are negative on crop productivity, but the uncertainty is considerable, the uncertainty coming from the biophysical model. Of course, the agricultural sector is an economic outdoor activity, so we can expect effects not only on crop yields, but also effects, for example, on the productivity of labor. And to explore these additional effects, we can use the map on the right, and for in the first category, we can choose the labor productivity, and then the same scenario as before, as SSP2 RCP 4.5. Now, in this case, we have three options for the variable: the GDP, which is always the economic cost, and then the labor productivity in the agricultural sector or in the industrial sector. Let's select labor productivity in the agricultural sector, the same year as before, investment mobility low, and again, you will see the map appearing. Of course, you can increase the size or decrease the size of the map using the plus button here, and this button home basically centers the map and makes it come back to the original size. We can see that in general, the results are always negative across the European regions on labor productivity in the agricultural sector, except in some regions in the extreme north, so the Scandinavian regions here, where there could be some gains in the productivity, and interestingly also in some alpine regions in Italy and in Austria. But if we focus on the same region as before, for example, Extremadura, the productivity loss is around 3.7%. If we want to know all the results for all the scenario, we click all scenario in the menu below and click again the region of your interest. Here, there is less uncertainty. The effects on productivity, labor productivity in the agricultural sector are always negative in all scenarios. And in the high emission scenario, SSP5, RCP 8.5, the productivity loss can reach almost 6%. It's also possible to compare for a specific regions, all the impacts. But this is not possible for the physical variables because physical variables are different across different impacts. The only common variable across all the impacts is the GDP. So if we want to see basically if we want to have an idea about the rank of the impacts in Extremadura, we can select here in the variable the GDP, and then 2050 again. And in the menu below, we can select all impacts and then again Extremadura. And you can see here all the GDP losses in percent changes in 2050 compared to the same year in SSP2 RCP 4.5, the scenario we have selected. And you have an idea about the importance of every single impact. You can see that, for example, agriculture, energy demand, and labor productivity are the most important impacts, and you have also the overall picture given by these all impacts item. One useful option is this download data. You can use this data to download all the data according to the selection you have made here for all the NAS2 European regions, so more than 250 European regions. And this is useful if the users wants to examine more deeply the data or reuse them in a different ways. Okay, this is basically for the graphs section, but there is the other graphical tool we have in the Scenario Explorer, which is graphs. Basically, graphs gives the user more flexibility in the choice and in the comparison across the different dimensions we have in COACCH, so different regions, impact scenarios, and periods. How this graphical tool works? It's simple. You have to choose here on the menu, select graph combination, investment mobility. Among these four pairwise combinations. For example, for the first pairwise combination, region period, the user can select more than one region and more than one period, but just one scenario and one impact. And the same rule applies for the other pairwise combination we have below. Now, just to give you another practical example, let's say that the policymaker is interested in having an idea related having an idea about the economic costs of extreme events, for example, those related to the riverine floods. So we can select here the scenario region combination. So as said, we can select more than one scenario and more than one region. Let's assume high mobility of investment, and then we can focus on the riverine floods. We can select all the scenarios because we are in the scenario region combination, the GDP to evaluate the economic cost for that impact, and that just 1 year. Of course, if you try to select more than 1 year, this is not possible because window will pop up explaining that this choice is not possible in the current combination. So let's select, for example, 2050. And for regions, we can select there is a maximum number of regions you can select. This is 50. We can focus, for example, on all the NAS2 German regions. These are 38. And this can be an interesting case study because, as many of us may remember, Germany last July was very badly hit by this kind of effect of impact. And then proceed with the selected regions, medium case, and you should see appearing here this bar chart with all the results for all the 38 German regions in 2050 for all scenarios. You can see that the GDP losses in many cases can be higher than 1% of GDP, and there are some regions more affected than others. For example, if we go up on the bars of the region Hamburg, you can see all the results for all the scenarios, and you can see that the worst scenario is SSP5 RCP 8.5, so the high emission scenario. It is also possible to select the worst case. In the worst case, not surprisingly, the GDP losses are higher, and basically, if you let's select again worst case, because maybe okay. As we have seen in the maps, the worst case, medium case, and best case gives an idea about the uncertainty coming from the physical model which has been implemented. In this case, this model is Glofris. Again, if you go on Hamburg, you can see all the results for all the scenarios. There are other types of graph you can use in this graphs section. For example, if we do another practical example, for example, imagine that the user is interested in having an information about the overall GDP cost for key geographical areas and to see how this cost evolve over the years. We can select, for example, these geographical areas can be the 3 biggest ports in Europe, like Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Hamburg. We can select in the pairwise combination the region period, high investment mobility, and then all impacts, which includes all kind of impacts. An intermediate scenario like SSP2, RCP 4.5, GDP, and now in this case, we can select all the years from 2020 to 2070. Select regions, and now for Germany, we can select Hamburg here, and then for Belgium, we can select the province of Antwerp, and for Netherlands, we can select Z Holland. Of course, these are not the climate impacts in the cities, but are the impacts in the regions where the cities are, but anyway, they can provide an overview about the potential climate costs which can be expected in. So proceed with selected regions and then medium case. And you will see here the evolution over the years of this cost. You can see that the GDP losses can be considerable. In 2070, they could be higher than 3% of GDP. Another, some helpful hints. Here you can, for example, and this is true also for the other type of graph we have shown, you can focus in the graph or for the scenarios just selected in the legend the regions or the scenario you are not interested in, and you can remove clicking on them in the legend. And then also in this case, we have the possibility to download the data for the region as we have seen in the maps, but differently from what we have seen in the map section. Now you can download the data only for the regions you have selected. So in this case, for example, we have the results also for these 3 geographical areas. And also in this sense, the graphical tool gives more flexibility and more freedom to the user. In her or his choice. Finally, the last section, the section about, the user can find more detailed information about the models, the impacts, and the scenarios which have been implemented in the COACCH project, with the links to the relevant deliverables and to the web page of every single models of every single model we have used in COACCH. And also in this how to explore section, there are 2 short video tutorials which help the user to navigate the Scenario Explorer. Let me say that all the results of the Scenario Explorer will be uploaded in the IASA repository together with all the other results we have produced in COACCH. I think Esther will talk about the IASA repository later on. So I think that more or less that's it. If you want during the lunch break, you can watch the videos and also keep exploring the Scenario Explorer. And thank you very much for your attention.
Gabriele. I think a comprehensive overview of and trip along the scenario explorer. The idea with this tool is to enable also someone who's not really non-expert, of course, should be at least interested in the climate change issues, but if not, I don't see how it would come to use this or find this tool. But it should be a user-friendly way to encourage a non-expert, a non-academic to navigate all the project results and perhaps giving some spur to further investigate, perhaps opening a policy brief at least. Hoping that this is so we more or less achieved these results. It was quite a new thing for us, which of course involved all the project, because the realization of concluding the Explorer, of course, was based on the proactive commitment from all the team, the consortium providing data in the right format, with the right aggregation, spatial, temporal. So it is really a team work. So opening the Q&A section, I already saw a couple of questions on the macroeconomic analysis. One, which is very important, I think, that has been raised by Caterina, asking what could be the effect of excluding the health impacts and say more catastrophic events, because let me say that extreme events are accounted for. We did not put the catastrophic events, so those which are really implying very huge losses, like 30–40% of GDP, because of meeting one of the climatic tipping points that we however investigate. Let me anyway say that some extreme events are very extreme because we had a very ample spread of uncertainty. But all this said, so I don't have a specific answer for this stemming from COACCH. However, typically the literature says that impacts from non-market sources can double the market impacts, and some more conservative estimates tells that impacts could increase between 20 and 60% with respect to what we have. Let me mention the work that has been done by the Peseta 4 study, which is also the JRC Sevilla is also part of our advisory board, and where it is clearly emphasized that health impacts are among the largest driver of the negative economic impact, even though it is very difficult to translate in a monetary term a change in mortality and morbidity. So it is not difficult because there are techniques of doing this, but there are some controversies. So often one is happy enough to show the effect on mortality and morbidity without then translating these to in economic terms. However, adding non-market impacts can, I would say, increase considerably the economic losses evaluation. The other question is if the results that we have shown are cumulative or annual. They are annual, so this is the difference, the percentage difference in each single year compared to the baseline year. So a situation where climate change is not, climate change impacts have not been implemented. So the cumulative will be will be, of course, much larger. At the same time, for those who are, let's say, keen of these technicalities, we are not discounting. So the results are always expressed in those year values. Yes, to Jonathan, yes, we have update on the cost of carbon, but this will be left for the afternoon. So you are very encouraged also to attend the afternoon session. Roman, yes, are there people using the tool already? I would say that the tool is online and you are very welcome to use it. At the moment, we had, but this was, let's say, bilateral interaction due to the deep stakeholder engagement process. We have already provided information that are basically those included in the tool. To some, let's say, regions like the Glasgow region. You have seen the study on this on with Spain, and those are exactly the the result that we provide are exactly that are in the tool. So, but again. Yes, this is really considered conceived as a user-friendly dissemination tool, because in the afternoon there will be also presentation of the extended databases that contains not only the social economic results or data, but also all the other one that is more dedicated to expert users, and we really would like that these tools, all the data generated by the project are used by the amplest, largest possible number of people. How would you recommend seeing the results? This is, I don't know if we included a disclaimer for the results, but this is a nice question, Nina. Yeah, no, but we okay. We will of course include a very precise suggestion for the citation. A very good point, Nina. So sometimes. Okay. So, unless there are other questions popping up, so we are perfectly on time, and so I will really thank you all those who are have attended. So we are ready for our lunch break. So let us reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp. I hope to see you as numerous as in the morning, in the afternoon. Let me remind that there will be very important and interesting presentation, in particular those relating to the policy implication of all this. So perhaps you would like also to see what the project may suggest in terms of what to do against all these concerning impacts and potentially huge economic losses. So if you want to know this, you just have to stay with us until 4 o'clock, more or less. Okay, thanking you again for being with us. See you later, and have enjoy your meal, of course. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this afternoon session related to the presentation of the COACCH results. And the afternoon will be as rich as the morning session, we have our presentation of the sectoral impacts. The tipping point assessment. We are going to present the results related to our elicitation of risk perception. And of course, we are going to provide some insights on the policy implication of all the work that has been developed. So just to start, I'm very glad to give the floor to Karl Steininger from Graz University, who's going to introduce us to the tipping point analysis that we developed within COACCH.
Thanks a lot, Francesco.
Karl, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. Welcome to our afternoon session. Tipping point assessment. Tipping point are those impacts of climate change that we are particularly concerned with. And also the 2-degree target, and now 1.5-degree target, is derived from tipping points. So what are tipping points? And I'm here presenting the work of 12 research groups, just condensing, and on the questions we will work then with all our expertise together. There are biophysical tipping points that the climate system changes to a new state, or some ecological system can change to a new state because of climate change. But because of impacts of climate change, also the socio-economic system could switch to a different state. We could be forced to do a different adaptation system, or going to climate neutral, the economy might switch to a different state. In COACCH, we analyzed climate tipping points and socioeconomic tipping points as an impact, as a consequence of climate change. While climate tipping points were pretty broadly researched earlier already, socioeconomic tipping points are a young field, and we did really first cutting-edge research here. What does it mean? A climate change-induced abrupt change of a socioeconomic system into a new state of fundamentally different quality beyond a certain threshold that stakeholders perceive as critical. As Paul Watkins indicated, we selected those tipping points, climate and socioeconomic, together with our practice partners, with our stakeholders, and really to go to their needs and go into those tipping points that are most people concerned with or are of particularly economic relevance. So in climate tipping points, we analyzed global sea level rise, Arctic sea ice disappearance, and alpine glaciers disappearance. I'll here select the latter two and go into more detail. On Arctic sea ice disappearance, we saw over the last 1,500 years a strong decline very recently. And that means that for sea routes from East Asia and Japan, currently you have to go the southern route through the Suez Canal to Europe, Northern Europe. And that's about an 18 days journey and 4.5 tons of marine fuel oil. If the north gets ice-free, the northern route would be just 11 days and only 2.7 tons of marine fuel oil. Now the question is, taking results from CMIP 5, under which scenarios does the summer Arctic sea ice decline happen, to which degree? And here on the right-hand side, you have the figure SSB1 with a RCP 2.6, so within Paris, within the 2-degree range at least, SSB2 and RCP 4.5 up to 8.5. And what we see that even in the moderate scenarios, by the middle of the century, the northern sea route will be consolidated along the coast of Siberia. Thereafter, the fully disappearance of summer Arctic ice will only be happening in the highest emission scenarios. What we also know is that Arctic ecosystem provide subsistence food, fisheries, climate regulation, minerals, oil, estimated in one study at about 280 billion per year. That would all be largely lost. So there is a necessity as a policy consequence for a body of laws and international cooperation among Arctic countries to maximize potential economic gains that are uncertain. Second climate tipping point, alpine glaciers disappearance. And we know that alpine glaciers are a buffer for runoff in the rivers during the summer. And we see here Rhone, Rhine, Danube, and Po, the runoffs. And we know the 2003 heat year with a very high runoff. And we see that all these rivers, there is a decline in the runoff because of melting glaciers. What does it mean economically? For example, we found out that the River Rhine will have 12 days on average per year with low flow conditions, making shipping impossible. This gives an economic consequence of about 0.4% of German industrial production, or 35 billion euros in GDP. Or in hydropower, we analyzed Austria, Danube, and in the summer months, it's minus more than 5% of production. Or tourism, there is a retreat of glaciers, and some of these glaciers are very relevant for tourism. So we looked at an hypothetical experiment. Could there be artificial snow production to compensate, to stabilize the mass balance? And we found out, yes, in terms of water demand, that would be doable. It's about 20% of the catchment precipitation, but the economic costs would be enormous. Translated to current tourists, it would be 680 euros per tourist, for tourists that only have a value added per day of 150. So let me turn to the newer field, to the field of socioeconomic tipping points. What is a socioeconomic tipping point? Let me use the example of agriculture. So we start with a stable state where farming is profitable. We have a lively rural community, and then reduced productivity due to climate change, water limits, cause supply and price shocks, and that can make farming unprofitable. If it's happening at a frequency, then at a frequency such that it's really unprofitable for farming, then it could trigger that the farmland is abandoned and inhabited rural areas will decline. They will be uninhabited. So what did we find here? And this is results of Esther Böhre, FIASA, 2030s, 2050s, the yield change. And here we have areas that have loss of more than 50%, loss of more than 30%. And some areas here will also increase in yield in the north and northeast of Europe. So for those areas where we have a yield decline, we looked at what share of cropland will be lost, will be where farmers will move away. And we see areas where there is decline of more than 75% of cropland area. Or the red areas here beyond 50, the orange beyond 25. And the green is just, well, still up to 25% loss. The yellow is gain, and the bright and dark blue are factor 2 or 3 gains. So instability in food system may spill over to other systems as a policy conclusion, to energy and water. It may lead to irreversible land use change in agriculture. In terms of price changes, we expect price changes up to 5%. Poor households in the south might be affected strongest. It might be a demand for EU agricultural subsidy to increase to sustain production and co-fund from public funds of adaptation. But we also have to see there could be a benefit for Europe because other regions might be harder hit than EU regions. And so there could be new export markets or higher market shares for EU agriculture. So we looked at a series of socioeconomic tipping points It could lead to migration into Europe. It could change the financial situation of projects of a whole country and change the funding situation. It could mean migration away from the coasts. There was a particular case study on a coastal city we might deal with in a minute. There is trade disruptions due to flooding. Insurance markets could even collapse. There is aggregate climate-induced economic shocks, and there could be electricity system failures. So I'm mainly now looking at the last 4 of these. Let's start with trade disruptions because of floods, river floods. Here we've done a case study for a car manufacturer in Europe and his 10 suppliers. And the number of microfloods determines here how strong will be the travel time for this just-in-time supply to the car manufacturers. It's about 1 to 3, 4 hours, but it's relevant if certain thresholds are hit. There is a maximum daily driving allowance. For exceptional circumstances, you can expand it. But if it's hitting that, then it's really interfering with the supply chain, and it's really distorting the supply chain. Second, we looked at the national level, and we know that river flooding is a profound climate hazard in Europe, a threat to its road infrastructure. And we assessed the robustness of road networks in the European countries. We looked for an abrupt and disproportionately large loss of network functionality when unfavorable amount of floods combine. So we did a 10,000s of flood combinations, sampling of them, and then looked what are the impacts on the road network. And what we found that if you do that, there is some countries where even a small number of microfloods, so just 5 or 1% of them occurring, can mean that a large share of the routes currently used are disrupted. So these groups are here by size. So from the very smallest countries, Albania has a very endangered, very fragile in that sense, road infrastructure. Slovakia, Serbia, Austria, and Italy are countries that are very much in danger of such impacts. Vulnerable here, even though it could be a very small number of floods, there could be very large share of the transport network affected. Regional scale, socioeconomic tipping points are much more likely to happen. We saw it this summer in the German R value with major consequences in the short term for emergency response and economic recovery. I was there last month, and still, they're still not yet back to what it was before. And finally, we also looked at particular weak spots where just stretches of the network where a single flood could mean a very large share of trade disruptions. So, for example, here in Albania, we found that there is one region where a single microflood could mean more than 40% of preferred routes disrupted, could mean that travel times are delayed by more than 1 hour, meaning chaos on the road network, very large traffic jams in that area. So we identified those weak spots across Europe, across all countries. Collapse of insurance markets. Here's a figure where you see what's the percentage share of people that live in high-risk areas. That means areas where you have 1 in 100 years floods, in the NUTS2 structure, where insurance is unaffordable under the current insurance arrangements, 2010. When you look into the future, the percentage of unaffordability in the 2050s, mid-century and end of century, will increase strongly. So that means, for example, in the RCP 8.5 SSP5 combination, we have in Poland 6 regions out of 16, that's 2 regions that are affected by collapse of insurance markets. But even if we go for a RCP 2.6, it's still in Poland 5 of 16. So we see there is crucial necessity to reform insurance regulation. Existing insurance markets could disappear. So we need policy adjustments such as higher degree of risk sharing. We need to require an uptake to really force people to do it. And it could also be a solution, a public reinsurer could come into the play to reduce the problems that we have identified here. Then we looked at the case, is it possible that the whole economic structure, the whole macroeconomic indicators will show us that there is a significant shift, significant change. And we measured that by the time of emergence of economic impacts. So when will be the year, the first time, in which climate-induced economic shocks exceed previously experienced economic shocks? That could be shocks from all sources. And we see that under the, this is the RCP 2.6, this is RCP 4.5, RCP 6 and RCP 8.5. We see that under the Paris Agreement, no such shocks will occur before the end of the century. But under the 8.5, we see that both in Northern Europe and also in Western Europe will have significant changes. And we also see that the color tells you when it will occur. And this is shocks exceeding 5% of GDP. So the 95th percentile exceeding 5% of GDP. And we see that in the North, this will happen after the 2060s, here in the West, 2070s to 2080s. It may be that there is other countries that currently have low economic shocks. They could, of course, experience unprecedented impacts sooner. What we also see is that if we look at particular cities, Stockholm, Paris, Madrid, Amsterdam, Ljubljana, Budapest, and the 95th percentile, most of these cities reach it in the 2070s, 2090s. There is the urban heat island effect. That means in cities, it's visible earlier than in the surrounding countries. If we go back to an RCP 4.5, this point where the 95th percentile is hit moves much more up. That means quite some decades up. So climate mitigation, greenhouse gas emission mitigation really shifts those climate-induced economic shocks by decades. Yeah, and the final one I want to report is wildfires, and wildfires could lead to electricity system failures if they hit current central transmission lines. What we did is deriving a future risk index, hazard and exposure, and we see that this risk index under an RCP 8.5 for 2 SSBs, 2 and 5, really increases also in Central Europe. So not just where we would have thought it increases in the south. No, it does increase in Central Europe and even in some Northern European regions. So climate change and changing levels of exposure could lead to new types of shocks in regions currently unaccustomed to such risks. We could avoid it by local renewable-based electricity supply. And we have to be aware that new types of threats posed by climate change may be novel and unanticipated. We did this a year ago, and even last summer, this year, we saw many of those wildfires occurring at a scale that had never been measured in European countries before. So thanks for your attention, and we could go on for particular examples we had prepared, but that would be the 20 minutes time limit. I hand over back to Francesco.
Thank you, Carl. I shouldn't say so because I'm also the coordinator of the project, but a very nice overview of all the tipping point that we analyzed. And of course, there are more than this, but I hope that you have a flavor of the width of the breadth of our analysis, also related to tipping point. So now I'm very glad to give the floor to Elisa Sainz de Murieta from the Basque Center for Climate Change, that will introduce the more, let's say, how can I say, micro or behavioral analysis that we conducted, and trying to understand what are also the risk perception that we have within our EU, within the EU population. So this part of the analysis is very important because we wanted to support and couple all these modeling investigation with more to ground all this modeling work and quantitative work that we did with the real investigation of what people, let's say, an economist would call them people preferences, but let's say attitude. So Elisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Francesco. So yes, I would say, as Francesco introduced, I think scientists, we've invested quite a lot of time on assessing the probability and magnitude of climate change impacts, and even ourselves have worked quite a lot in COACCH doing this. And this information is, of course, critical for decision making. However, we also need to take into account that risk affects and is perceived differently by different actors. So we also wanted to look a little bit more into this. I must say that what I'm presenting today together with Milan is just a little part of what we did on task 4.1. And yeah, I want also to mention the work developed or led by EASA on risk perceptions at the national level, which I want to explain today. Okay, so I go. So basically, with regards to risk perceptions, we decided to look at 3 different types of targets. First, as Francesco was saying, like real stakeholders from a city. Then we also thought of asking experts about what risk aversion should be and what we should consider when addressing risk in climate change modeling. And finally, we also wanted to know the perceptions or the attitudes by individuals. And this is a part that Milan will present at the end. So starting with the, sorry. Okay, so assessing risk perceptions in Barcelona. I must say Barcelona is a major coastal city in Europe and has been a deep engagement stakeholder. So this is why we decided to focus our study here. Also, they have a pretty long tradition of stakeholder engagements and social interaction, and they work with multitude of different organizations. So the landscape was pretty nice to define, to do the survey that we carried out in Barcelona. Also, we counted with the help of the city council different officers, so that was also really helpful. Additionally, we already had quite a lot of information on probabilistic modeling, on sea level rise, on extreme events and damages in the city, which we used as a background information. So how did we plan the survey? Well, first, the literature shows that there are a number of external factors that condition the way we perceive risk, such as information sources or interpersonal factors. And we also know that in the end, protective behavior depends not only on risk perceptions, but also on the effectiveness and our response capacity. That is what we call adaptation appraisal following protection motivation theory. So we structure our survey in order to respond to each of these elements. We got 137 responses from city stakeholders in Barcelona. We see that it was quite balanced, a little bit more women than men. And another thing that I wanted to underline is that it is a pretty nice representation of the private sector, which is not always easy in these sort of studies. So with regards to environmental and intrapersonal factors, looking at the literature, we asked stakeholders about previous experience with climate change, and more or less half of them had previous experience, about their concern, about proximity to the coast, beliefs, knowledge, temporal distance. Something that I wanted to mention here is the psychological distance. So basically, most of them thought that they were personally less at risk than Spain, for example, or than developing countries or future generations. So we still have like a long psychological distance to climate change impacts. And we also developed this survey in a developing country, in Dakar, and I think it's pretty interesting to see that both things more or less match, and people tend to see that risk is less to themselves than to the rest of the society or to future generations and ecosystems. How about the drivers of risk perceptions? Well, in Barcelona, the main driver, according to our findings, is the concern about climate change. We also saw that personal risk decreased with psychological distance, as mentioned, and this was found to be significant. And trust in government translated also into higher risk perceptions as well as higher education. What about adaptation? Well, here we thought that nature-based solutions were perceived as being the most effective, and this is something that we also saw in Dakar, and was quite surprising because we didn't expect this. Also, financial constraints were ranked as a main barrier for adaptation, and for example, public acceptability issues or social acceptability problems ranked pretty low. Okay, and then the central government, like I guess farther away from the region in Catalonia, was perceived to be most responsible for coastal risks, even though of course coastal management depends to a large extent on Spanish government. Quickly, I'm going to move to the experts' elicitation. So we asked, sorry, I'm going to go. I'm sorry, I'm having issues with my keyboard. Okay, so we asked a number of experts about how risk averse should the society be if we were able to respond to this question. So basically, we wanted to determine attitudes to evaluate risk aversion from a climate change assessment perspective. And also, we knew that basically most of the risk aversion studies are based on expected utility. So we had two groups of experts, a high expert group, let's say, with 20 environmental economists, another general expert group also identified via a search protocol via Scopus, and received 117 responses from both groups. So what we saw here is that with regards to absolute and relative risk aversion parameters, their responses are more or less in line with what the literature says. So basically, absolute risk aversion ranges between 0.5 and 2, and relative risk aversion ranges as much as from 0 to 70. And then we can see that, of course, the implications of these wide ranges are quite important. We also asked experts about how useful expected utility was and what alternative tools we could use in the context of climate impacts when probabilities are known. So most of them accepted that expected utility is useful, and we could combine this expected utility framework with other alternatives. So most of them thought that different approaches are not necessarily mutually exclusive. So interestingly, another additional comments raised that we need to involve citizens and wider groups in decision-making processes, not only policymakers. And also that due to uncertainty, we need to take into account a wide range of scenarios. When probabilities are unknown, robust decision-making approaches were preferred by experts, and alternative decision-making approaches were also suggested, such as adaptation pathways, Bayesian approaches, or decision-making under deep uncertainty. So just three quick takeaway messages. One is that absolute and relative risk parameters, expert opinion, are very much in line with what the literature has told us so far. Ranges are pretty big. So here we argue that maybe we could follow the case of the discount rate discussion and try to agree on certain risk coefficients depending on time horizons or the magnitude of impacts or their irreversibility. The second message is that EUT is considered a valid tool, and in fact it is used in many other contexts outside climate change. Last, unknown probabilities. This is well, a real problem, a real situation that we need to take into account. And experts suggested a number of alternatives that could be used in combination or additionally to expected utility, as the ones that I mentioned before. So I leave the floor now to Milan. I can help you with the slides.
Thank you, Elisa. Okay, next one, please. Our consortium conducted several surveys within the COACCH project, and I'm going to present the results from one of them that aimed at risk preferences of the individuals. So we interviewed in total more than 7,000 people, and after excluding speeders, we are relying on responses from 6,800 people in our analysis. These data come from the surveys conducted in 4 European countries: Austria, Spain, United Kingdom, and the Czech Republic. Elisa, please, next one. So as many other surveys, we also like to know what people think or perceive about climate change impacts, but particularly in this survey, we were more interested in what they think about tipping points. So as many other surveys, we found that if we ask how they are concerned about the impacts, we found that that most of them are really concerned, and there is no really very large difference among countries. Even if you ask how they think, how this impacts will be serious. So most of them just, feel that these impacts might have really serious consequences. But what we then ask, and what you can see on this slide, then we ask, how likely you think that these impacts will occur within the recent century. And here we found striking results, or a bit different picture. Because we found that especially people living in my country, in the Czech Republic, they just think, even if they are concerned, they just think that these impacts will not likely occur. So 40% only feel that they will occur very likely. So this is very different if you look to Austria, where 60 people think that alpine glacier disappear most likely, and in Spain again 60% think that global sea level rise or impacts due to global sea level rise will likely occur. So what we found really it is necessary to ask also in the future about the likeliness, not about whether the person is concerned. So this is about the climate tipping points. In next slide, Elisa, please. We just ask what they think, how this impacts due to social tipping points will be likely. And here we found that most of the people, or our respondents, think that impacts of migration, so 66 in Austria, 57 in UK, thought that these impacts will be very, very likely. Even for least likely impacts due to electricity system failure. Still, there are like 38 or let's say 40% of our respondents who think that these impacts will very likely occur within next or this century. Next one, please. Then, in other parts of our survey, and I think this is really the core, we just aimed at risk preferences, and we just like to estimate parameters that are useful for policy decision making, and how these preferences might be derived. So there are basically several approaches, but we use most two prominent them. We basically analyze, reviewed social values or social preferences. So basically, we relied on income tax structure. So this is absolute. This is called absolute equal sacrifice approach. And in second one, we relied on individual preferences that were elicited directly via surveys, so they were stated. And we use several research designs to derive the key parameter of risk aversion. Next one, please. So the first one, through that, we elicited risk aversion parameter. We just asked them, to compare two different policies. One is quite certain with certain outcomes, and second may generate a result in more uncertain outcomes. So we also worried, whether these uncertain outcomes will be 50-50, or with 20 and 80% chance, or let's say 10 or 90. So we worried these probabilities to get more insights from our experiments. Here you can see that we asked them, to compare or to choose between two policies that will lead to losses. But we also use another treatment or another exercise in that we elicited preferences for gains. So we can get a risk parameter for both of these outcomes. So we elicited preferences through this game. You see here a decision tree. So we try to get indifference point when respondent will be more or less indifferent between the two offered policies. Next one. And here you see the results. On the left-hand side panel, you can see the estimates of mu. There is a risk aversion parameter, sometimes called elasticity of marginal utility of income, and it varies across countries. But what we really would like to say here or highlight that in all cases, this parameter is larger than unity. And this is a key number because it's used in many integrated assessment models because it's a part of social discount rate. Elisa, I think we skipped one slide. Could you go please back? One more. Yeah, here. So sorry for that. This is the reason actually why we elicited these parameters. As I said, we like to be useful, and the mu, the risk aversion parameter that also Elisa presented, is one part of social discount rate. So d delta, it's a time preference parameter, and mu is multiplied by a real growth rate of consumption to get social discount rate that is widely used in all integrated assessment models. Moreover, you can also weight outcomes due to equity, and for that you need to parameter on income inequality aversion. And also in some models, social welfare function includes parameter to consider in aversion towards inequalities. So this is the basic motivation of our research. Elisa, please go further. Yeah, here you can see the mu, elasticity of marginal utility of income or risk aversion parameter. On right-hand side, you can see the result from our experiment through that we elicited stated risk preferences. For private concepts, private context, basically when you were traded policies that would affect your own income, you see that risk aversion is a bit larger in some countries. But on the other hand, if you compare blue bar with red bars, risk aversion parameters really doesn't differ between private context and decision made as a social planner. So basically what we basically need for integrated assessment models. You can see some variation among countries, especially people in Spain and Austria are more risk averse than Czechs. Then what we can see, what is also important, that people are more averse for losses than for gains, and are less averse for low probable high impacts. This basically is very similar, is in line with Kahneman-Tversky prospect theory, you know, when people prefer to get something rather than to lose something. Okay, so this is in line with literature. What is the key message? That these parameters is really exceeds unity, and maybe it's around 1.5. Next one, Elisa. Yeah, and then we had another two experiments. In the second one, we aimed at inequality aversion. So basically, we asked people, you know, to choose between two policies. One that would result in a higher mean income, but with a wider variance. And second one, red one, with a lower mean income or household income, but it's lower variance. So we varied these numbers, these spreads, just to get inequality aversion parameter. I would like to also highlight that this parameter gamma, it's a part of mu, it's a part of risk aversion. So if we had this parameter, we can also better determine social discount rate, or at least understand it. For discounting, we use this experiment. Then we ask people to choose between two profiles, how outcomes are spread over a long time horizon. So next one, please, Elisa, because I'm running out of time. So on the right-hand side, you can see the results for inequality aversion. So if income distribution in your country matters, so people are more averse. So you can see the inequality aversion is 0.6. If this distribution at global level is concerned, then people are less averse. So parameter is 0.51. And you can see there is some variability across countries. People in Austria, Spain, and United Kingdom are less averse with respect to inequality distribution or income distribution or inequality compared to the Czechs, but only if global income is concerned. On the left-hand side, you can see the results for discounting. Again, we can get here two parameters. So our well-known mu, risk aversion parameter, and delta, that is basically pure rate of time preference. Here we get quite large estimate, about 4 to 5%, that it's in line with Martin Weitzman results from a seminal paper. And the mu, it's similar what we got in our previous experiments. So Elisa, last one. And just to conclude, we use several research designs really to understand and get this key parameter that is useful for macro assessment models, is the risk aversion. And we found, or we can support this, that it really exceeds the unity. So this is a key message. So it implies that social discount rate might be larger than usually thought. We also found that people are more averse for losses rather than compared to the gains. And we found also some variability across countries. Regarding inequality aversion, as I said, is a part of risk aversion parameter, gross one, let's say. And we found that people are more averse with respect to income distribution at national level rather than global level, and we also find some differences across countries. So more results will be provided in our report, but this is the key facts we would like to present it to and discuss with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa and Milan. I think this is also quite technical but very interesting presentation. I will open the floor for a couple of questions. Okay. So there is a direct question to Milan. So Kai, you can raise it directly. Unmute yourself and ask, and this is also welcome. Yeah. Everyone is welcome to do the same.
Thanks. So a very short question, Milan. Very interesting presentation. But usually when we choose a value for the elasticity of marginal utility, we refer to the paper from Drup et al. From a couple of years ago. It's quite recent actually, and they did an expert elicitation where they really came to a unity value of marginal elasticity of marginal utility. Do you have any idea why there would be a discrepancy there, or what would explain the higher values of your research?
You know, it really depends how you elicit that, and basically what is also your underlying utility function, and what kind of experiment you use. You know, and in other papers from UCL, they just found it could really vary from anything between 1 to 3 or 1 to 5. But what we reviewed, we found that most of these studies found that mu it's somewhere in between 1 to 2. Maybe I will look more closely at the Drup et al. Paper. Maybe let us discuss this bilaterally, because it's really a bit technical task or technical issue.
Yeah, no, let's do that. It's very interesting. Thanks.
Okay, so before giving the floor to someone from the consortium, just let me check if someone else from our audience would like to raise some question. Perhaps writing them in the chat if there are some shy issues. So I don't see them. So Benjamin, and then Johannes, and then we close for the break. Benjamin, I see that you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I have a question in regard to the inequality aversion. So I was wondering, is this the situation where you're averse against inequality in society more generally, or where you don't know which income you will have? So basically under a veil of ignorance assumption that you are drawing from a distribution. So you're averse against the inequality of yourself, of the outcome of yourself.
Yeah, it is good comment. Yeah. Actually, the research stream we followed, it's basically the one we described, that you don't know where you are, but you are deciding, you know, what it will be the average in a society you are a part of. But maybe also let us discuss this a bit deeper, because it's a bit very technical. We are happy to go deep in this issue.
Thanks.
Thank you, Milan. Johannes?
Yeah, thanks. I have a very short question, linking a bit the presentation by Milan and also by Carl. So you also had the questions both on risk aversion and on perceptions on tipping points. So I think also for the way forward of COACCH, the policy recommendations will depend also on the normative. I mean, we will have to come with normative, let's say, suggestions based on the findings. So I wonder one specific question: did you look at the correlation between, let's say, risk aversion and people's opinions or perceptions on tipping points? I think that would be really important to link these two work streams and also go forward to policy recommendations.
Yes, another great idea. Yes, we are just working on it, Johannes. This is what we just presented are just the means. And first of all, what we were interested in, whether the design matters. You know, there are some issues that in some part design method, like for example, where we are going to start, what is the starting point at the decision tree. We found that there is some effect. Fortunately, it did not have a large effect, or you know, whether it's symmetric or not symmetric, and this kind of stuff. So first we look at these points, and now we will go deeper. Really we are going to find association between, you know, risk preferences and concern, or you know, how they perceive tipping points. Yeah, definitely we are going to do that. But now I don't have answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I think that we are perfectly on time for our afternoon coffee break. Let us stick to the program. So let us have our 10-minute coffee break. Let's reconvene at 3 o'clock, and where you could finally listen to the policy implication of that. So what all these impacts could suggest us, how to deal with them. So see you later. Okay, so good afternoon, good later afternoon again, and let us open the last session of our final conference, and we are ready to show you the more policy oriented slice of our results. So we shall start with an overview of some sectoral policy analysis, so where we try to highlight the major indication on policy effectiveness and benefit at the sectoral level, to end up with the more global aggregated policy insights using our aggregated integrated assessment model. So let us give the floor to Max Tesseler from IBM for the first presentation on the sectoral policy effectiveness. Max, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesca. So yeah, I will present the results on the sectoral assessment of policy effectiveness. I'll try to give a concise summary of this, and I hope to make you excited to look at the actual document or at one of the policy briefs that came out of this. Yeah, so in this task, we studied the effectiveness of local, national, and European policies to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And for this, we took a case study approach where we looked at agriculture, industry and business, insurance, infrastructure, built environment and transport, and ecosystems and health. And for this analysis, we used the analytical instruments developed in earlier work packages and also the risk preferences that were just presented by Elisa and Milan. So I will first present some of the overall conclusions on mitigation and adaptation. And after that, I will present some of the specific results of the case studies. So for each sector, the potential economic costs of climate change, there's the cost of inaction, are assessed for future RCP scenarios. And this shows very large damage costs are projected for direct damages, such as coastal and river floods, but also for non-market sectors, such as health. The results also show large benefits of mitigation, as shown by the comparison of different RCP scenarios. However, these benefits mostly arise after 2050 and are most important in reducing the impacts of high warming scenarios. The key finding from this analysis is that even if the Paris goals are achieved, the economic cost of climate change in the EU will still be large. And furthermore, the impacts over the next 25 years can only be reduced significantly with adaptation. So for adaptation, we also looked at that for this reason. So the economic benefits of adaptation in Europe, estimating the reduction in impacts, and for several sectors, it has also looked at the cost of adaptation. And the first finding is that adaptation can significantly reduce the economic cost of climate change, and it's very effective in reducing impacts over the next 20 years, as well as in later periods. And the second finding is that adaptation seems to have a good, high benefit to cost ratio. So early adaptation makes good economic sense and can act complementarily to mitigation. And this information provides key inputs for European policymakers and is fed into separate policy briefs. And there the results show that mitigation and adaptation both have important benefits and that a complementary mix of both are needed. So then into some of the specific results of the case studies. The first one was about agriculture. And there they this team assessed 6 policy strategies to align the EU food systems with targets to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. The impact of each policy strategy is assessed for business, consumers, and the environment. And the most successful policy strategy to reduce CO2 is to promote dietary change of consumers. And this strategy is also most effective at limiting food expenditures and dependence on food imports and also nitrogen pollution. So on the right, you can see two figures. There are just an example of several of the strategy or the sectors that were assessed. So the top one you can see for food expenditures as a share of income, and the different colors represent the different strategies that were assessed. And the behavior scenario, that's the scenario where a dietary change is promoted, is most successful at reducing food expenditures as a share of income. And on the bottom, you can also see that for nitrogen pollution, also there the behavior scenario is most successful at limiting nitrogen pollution. So this is just an example of some of the outputs of this study. Then into industry and business. It increasingly recognizes the need to adapt to physical risks posed by climate change, such as storm, heat, drought, and flood risk is found to impact production processes, management, supply chain, and procurement and sales markets. And for this case study, this team did several different analyses. The first one was about labor productivity by 2070, and this is under a high climate risk scenario. This plotted here on the right in the two figures. So the top one is about for the industrial sector, and the bottom for the construction sector. And you can see that so this is the percentage change in labor productivity, and you can see that particularly in the construction sector, while labor productivity is projected to decline significantly around, especially the Mediterranean. And in some regions also there's an increase actually in labor productivity, and that's due to a milder climate in those regions. So in another analysis, this team did a comprehensive literature review, and they found that soft adaptation measures such as risk management and planning are more favored than hard measures such as infrastructure design. And in a more empirical approach, they found that supply chain shocks due to extreme weather events significantly affect the export performance of trading partners. And they found a successful adaptation strategy there is the diversification of input suppliers, as this is expected to dampen the shock caused by extreme weather events. Then for insurance, this analysis evaluates which flood insurance policies are best able to cope with increasing flood risk due to climate change. So increasing flood risk causes rising premiums, and this may cause a declining uptake of insurance, and this may have an effect on the insurance protection gap, so the uninsured flood risk. So this was already covered in earlier work packages, but here what we did is a more macroeconomic approach to find out what are the macroeconomic consequences of certain policies, and which policies are better able to have a more successful insurance mechanism in the future. So on the bottom you can see the negative impact of climate and socio-economic change on several macroeconomic indicators such as GDP, public and private consumption, and societal welfare. This is for different EU countries or aggregation of countries. And it's ordered by current insurance systems. So these are stylized insurance systems. And you can see that the largest negative impact of climate and socio-economic change generally happens in regions with voluntary systems. In these systems, the uptake is optional, the uptake of insurance coverage. And therefore, the uninsured risk there is also lower than in regions where there are uptake requirements. And this has larger macroeconomic impacts as shown here. So then we looked at how this can be improved with certain policy measures. And then, the largest gains from policy changes occur for countries with these voluntary systems. And here we show again the same macroeconomic indicators such as GDP, and the most successful policy changes are to move towards a system that is a system designed after the UK system, a public-private partnership, where we introduce uptake requirements, limited risk-based premiums, and public reinsurance. So for these countries, this is found to be the most recommendable policy changes. Then to infrastructure and transport. So this analysis assessed the direct impact of coastal and river flooding on the built environment and indirect impacts due to disruptions in transport. So on the right, you can see a map that was also shown by Esther in her presentation. So this is the annual sea coastal flood risk in 2100. You can see that several areas are very much at risk at that time. And on the left, you can see 3 tables where the actual flood risk, annual flood risk, is plotted in numbers. So this is for the EU as a whole, and on the top, in the top table, this shows the coastal flood risk under no adaptation, so no adaptation measures to protect coastal zones. For the mid-century, the end century, and for several climate and socio-economic change scenarios. And you can see that especially under the high-end climate change scenario, at the end of the century, the yearly impact of flood risk, coastal flood risk, is very large. Then with adaptation, and this for this team implemented a cost-benefit analysis approach to determine the optimal protection levels in regions. They found that this can be the annual flood risk can be significantly reduced. And in the bottom table, you can see the costs associated with this, although they're also quite high, the annual costs, but you can see that it's clearly covered by the decrease in flood risk. So what this team also did, because with the calculated optimal protection standards, some areas, especially ones with a very low population density, for example, it's not cost effective to raise dike heights there, for example. So they did a separate analysis to find out what are successful adaptation strategies there to reduce the risk, and they found that coastal retreat is the most effective additional adaptation measure, followed by flood proofing of infrastructure and infrastructure elevation. Then for river flood risk, we did a similar analysis. And their expected annual damages in Europe can be reduced from 75 billion a year under standard assumptions with maintaining current protection standards to 27 billion if optimal protection standards are implemented. So this follows a similar analysis as the coastal flood risk before. And on the right, you can see these two figures that show. On the top one, it shows the annual flood risk at the end of the century for maintaining current protection standards, and then the bottom one for the optimal protection standards. And you can see that it significantly reduces the annual flood risk. Then on the left, on the bottom left, you can see two figures that were also shown before by Esther. It's the impact of flood risk on road networks. And also there you can see that this is very specific in certain areas. And that was also one of the conclusions for adaptation for this from this study, is that the flood risk for road networks is concentrated in specific areas. And therefore, we found a strong economic case to focus adaptation on these areas specifically and not on a larger scale. Then the policy effectiveness in non-market for non-market impacts. This study undertook a case study to estimate the economic costs of climate change in non-market sectors such as biodiversity, ecosystem services, and health. And here you can see one figure that shows the annual excess deaths related to well, heat-related mortality. So due to extreme heat, and this analysis also considered the, for example, the urban heat island effect. And there you can see that especially under the high climate change scenario, the amount of annual excess deaths increases significantly to about 350,000 a year by the end of the century. And this case study also involved a separate analysis that considered 25 specific non-market risks, and it undertook a review of adaptation costs and benefits to respond to these risks. So on the right, you can see a table where it includes several of these 25 risks, and this is how it's presented. So first, it's assessed whether this risk is a significant climate change risk at the EU scale, then whether the identified adaptation measure is effective or not, and finally, the likelihood of the benefit cost ratio being larger than 1. Yeah, some general conclusions from this study is that limiting global warming will have very large economic benefits for non-market sectors. And for many non-market sectors, early adaptation investments deliver high value for money. However, for some sectors, actions can be delayed, which makes it important to develop an iterative and adaptive management approach. And that was the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Max. Again, very interesting. I think that one key point that emerges is that let's say adapting when we are facing no market impact and losses is more difficult than with market losses. So there is something that also was I think partly shown during the surveys that ecosystems and biodiversity is something very fragile, and therefore mitigation is definitely better to address the risk there. Okay, so I would like now to move to the next presenter, which is Kaivar van der Vries from PBL, that is going to move our policy focus from the sectors more to the aggregate, an aggregate or global level, and investigating more, let's say, the mitigation than the adaptation part, considering that anyway, those two are very extremely connected and should be used in combination. So, Kai, the floor is yours, and I'm collecting questions for the next Q&A session. Please.
All right. Thank you very much, Francesco. I think the introduction was very good there. That's what we will show here is, first of all, what is the link with the mitigation costs, which we have not talked about and which we actually have not looked at in the COACCH and in the rest of the COACCH project, and to look at what the global macroeconomic impacts are of these new damage functions and of these new scientific output from the COACCH project. So, do that to get an idea of these implications. We used, first of all, a few inputs. So mainly the updated damage functions that Francesco already talked about, and the damage functions are then the result of the different sectoral impacts that are transformed into one simple damage function for different regions. And we input also some socioeconomic assumptions in there. All this information is then put in various integrated assessment models, what we call the macroeconomic models. Specifically, we use 3 larger integrated assessment models, which have different level of detail, different characteristics. But this is mainly done to get a robust view of what the different models say. Now, what do we do with these models? The goal is to calculate what the GDP impacts are of these new damage functions, do some cost-benefit analysis, and look at what the policy implications are. For instance, we can do some robust decision-making under the uncertainty of the damage functions. So, inputs, as I said, are the main input are these damage functions created by Francesco and the rest of the team. There we have what we call, well, we have large uncertainty in there. And for the rest of the presentation, when I talk about medium damages, I really mean this medium damage function. If I talk about high damages, I mean the high end of the damage functions, and low damages, really the low end of the damage function. And the nice thing about the COACCH damage functions is that they are, first of all, regional. Second, that they are that this uncertainty is very well quantified. And third, that you also have the sea level rise separately from the non-sea level rise damages, which is important when you look at different timescales of these damages. I only show this for the world now, but the results are also for the regional level. All right, we'll do 3 experiments. The first one is a simple experiment where we fix the temperature path at either a 2-degree path or a business as usual or baseline scenario, which is a 3-degree path. Then we look at what the macroeconomic implications are. Then we go one step further. We combine it with the mitigation costs to do some cost-benefit analysis. And lastly, we combine the different cost-benefit analysis with the uncertainty and try to find some robust decision-making policy recommendations in there. All right, so the first experiment. We first look at the damages on a global scale, but regionally for the baseline scenario, so the RCP6 or 3-degree scenario. And what you see here is that, first of all, the total damages go to about 15% of GDP in 2100 for the medium damage function. Second, we see that there are large regional differences. Africa and Asia are have a much harder hit than OECD countries, for example. Moreover, we see that there are different types of damages. So there's the direct damages from the damage functions, which are from the sea level rise damage functions, which is the middle one over here. There's also the direct damages from the non-sea level rise damages, which are the other damages, what we call. But if you incur a certain level of damages, then this accumulates over time. It means that you have less economic growth, etc. It means that you have also less GDP at the end of the century. So that's what we call the indirect damages, or the GDP loss accumulation here. And that's quite a significant part. That's really what these macroeconomic models are useful for, that you see this GDP accumulation over time. By the way, I'm going quite fast through all these results, but it's just to give an idea of what the results are and give a flavor of everything we did. But of course, I'm happy to go more into detail afterwards. Right. And you see that across the models, across the 3 models, the results are rather robust, which is a good reality check. Now, that was for the baseline scenario. If we look at the Paris compliant 2-degree scenario, see that first of all, the damages are much lower, they're around 4% instead of this 15% where we had before. There are still regional differences, but what we see is that for some regions, the sea level rise is potentially much larger part of the damages because the sea level rise just is still present in a in a high mitigation scenarios and a low temperature scenario. Right. If we go beyond 2100, or if we don't look not only at 2100 but at 2050 or 2030, so really on the shorter term, we see there are already significant damages, around 5% in both baseline and Paris compliance scenario, and in 2050. So it's also important to look at the damages on the shorter term. You can also look at the sensitivity of a high damage function. Then obviously all the damages are higher, but the main differences in damages when you are the high damage function are really at the end of the century, in 2100. That's where these differences in medium damages or high damages really starts to become visible. Similarly, for the low damage function, then, well, the low damages are just so low that over the whole century, the damages are just very low. So this is a really large uncertainty range coming from the uncertain damage functions there. All right, I wanted to move on from the first experiment to go to the second experiment, because that's really where the policy recommendations will come. And the second experiment looks at a cost-benefit analysis. So what that does is, so we have the damages on the one hand, the damages from the COACCH damage functions, but on the other hand, we have the mitigation costs. So what are the costs required to reduce the damages? And by balancing them out together, you put them into a model, and this model then tries to what we call maximize the discounted welfare. So that the discounted welfare is then can be compared to the sum of the damages and the mitigation costs, and tries to make it as small as possible. So that's roughly how these integrated assessment models work to try to find an optimal target. Now, for the results for this cost-benefit analysis, I show here the path here. Lines are the emission paths over time for the optimal scenario using the medium damages. So really taking everything medium, so medium damages, everything medium assumptions. The three models have calculated an optimal path, a cost optimal scenario. So a scenario that maximizes utility. And you see that first of all, the emissions are reduced quite significantly over time. And this results in a temperature target of roughly 2 degrees. The WITCH model is slightly higher, but the other two models, so MIMOSA and REMIND, are nicely compliant with the Paris target. What you might observe here is that there's no net zero. All the emissions stay positive over the century, which might seem a bit strange considering the current discussions about net zero, also in policy. But mostly this is due to a model version of negative emissions. So the models don't really like to have too much net negative emissions, or to have too much negative emissions leading to net negative emissions. And second of all, this is a very important aspect, is that these parts, they do take damages into account, whereas many of the current cost optimal scenarios don't take damages into account. But I showed before that the damages throughout the century are already important. So if you ignore that, that just means that you can delay your emissions. And by not ignoring those damages, it means that you start to reduce your emissions quicker so that you avoid more of these damages throughout the century. I think that's a very important result that comes out of here. All right, so this is for the medium damages. If we look at the high damages part of the damage function, so we do exactly the same experiment, but then we use the high damage functions. What you see is that makes sense that that there's more mitigation happening, especially in the beginning. The emissions go down much quicker, and all the models now are below 2 degrees, and they are even approaching 1.5 degrees. You also see that now for the high damages, for the high damage functions, there is net zero happening. So it's not that the models cannot do it, but it's just that they need high damages for these net zero values to become optimal. All right, for these two damage parts, we can also look at what the costs are throughout the century. And the costs are, so the different colors are, again, the models. The total cost can be divided in several types. So first of all, the bottom part of these damages, of these costs, are what we call the policy costs, or the mitigation costs. So these are the costs that are needed to reduce the emissions. And they make up a very significant part of the total cost, especially for the high damage functions, because the damages can be so high that it's so important to reduce the damages, and reducing the damages comes just at a high price there. And second one is the damages that we also had in the first experiment. So the non-sea level rise damages first, then the sea level rise damages, and the indirect damages which come from GDP accumulation. And it's important to note that these damages are then the residual damages, so the damages that still happen even though you go to a 1.4 or 1.8 degree world. And there still the damages are quite significant. There is a larger difference now between the models, but overall, well, the trends at least are the same here. Now we've looked at the medium damages and the high damages. Oh yeah, so the model mitigation cost is the largest source of uncertainty between the models. And that's also why we use different integrated assessment models to really show the different assumptions in reducing the emissions. If you look at the low damage side, I showed before that the low damage function is just so low that there are hardly any damages, which also means that there's hardly any mitigation happening. So there the temperature path stay roughly at baseline level, maybe a little bit lower, but they're quite close to the baseline level there. And also means that the mitigation costs are just very low. All right. And we can go further in our sensitivity analysis by not only looking at the different damage levels, but also looking at the different discounting levels. As Milan already showed that discounting is very important. And if we look at the current literature range of discounting and we input that into the model, that gives quite an uncertainty, an extra uncertainty in the temperature cost optimal temperature targets. But what is still, even for all these, for the different discounting, except for very high discounting and the medium damages, and the cost optimal temperature target is still Paris compliant for most of the models. And what we see is that the damage function uncertainty is just by far the largest source of uncertainty. And often it is assumed that discounting uncertainty is important, and it is important, about 0.7 degrees of uncertainty there, but the uncertainty from the damage function is twice as large, which really highlights the importance of considering damage function uncertainty. All right, let's put this aside for a bit, and I want to look at two relevant policy relevant metrics that come to mind when you look at cost-benefit analysis. First one is the benefit-cost ratio, and the second one is the social cost of carbon. Now, I'd like to thank the stakeholders for giving us the idea to really look at this. So that's why we expanded this a little bit further. And let's first look at what the benefit-cost ratio is. And to look at benefit-cost ratio, you basically look at what are the benefits, what are the costs, and how do they compare to each other. So first of all, if you look at the costs over time, and we go until 2150 instead of 2100, because most of the benefits occur in 2150, come to that later. But if you show the costs over time, so the mitigation cost over time, they're around 3 to 4% over the years. And if you compare that to the benefits over time, they are much larger. But what do we mean with the benefits here? So the benefits are the damages that you avoid by doing mitigation. So in other words, it is the baseline damages minus your residual damages of your scenario, of your cost-benefit scenario. And you already see that the avoided damages are much larger than the costs in this case. Now it's still difficult to compare them because you look at it over time, so you need to discount them. But if we discount the costs and we put that gives a certain value, but if we put that value to 1, so that we can compare it, we can compare it to the avoided damages, the total discounted avoided damages, and they come to roughly twice as high as the costs. And this is quite interesting, is that even discounted, that the avoided damages or the benefits are twice as high as the cost. So in other words, for every euro that you spend on mitigation, you get 2 euros back for avoided damages. Now, I have to say that this strongly depends on your baseline assumptions, and we only did this with the Mimosa model, which has a fairly high baseline emission level. So these numbers would be lower if you have a lower baseline temperature path. But still, it gives an idea that it's very worthwhile to do climate mitigation. All right, so we have now looked at the benefit-cost ratio. The next one is the social cost of carbon. And social cost of carbon is basically the total amount of damages that you incur by emitting 1 extra unit of emissions of CO2. And they're measured in euros or in dollars per ton CO2. And I've shown them here for 3 different scenarios. So the first group is for the benefit scenario. The second is for the RCP 2.6, and the third one is for RCP 6.0. That's not the biggest difference. The biggest difference is here the color, which are the different discounting assumptions. So in blue, low discounting, green, medium discounting, and pink, high discounting. And for the medium discounting, see that the social cost of carbon is around $200 to $250 per ton CO2. I don't have them yet in euros, but you get an idea at least here. This is also only for the Mimosa model. We are working on results from the other models, but this at least gives an idea of the order of magnitude there. If you decrease your discounting, then obviously the social cost of carbon goes up because you value the future more, which means that if you have damages in the future, then they are more important. So that raises the price of your social cost of carbon. And then you basically double it to about $400 per ton CO2. All right, so these are the 2 metrics from the cost-benefit analysis. So let's go back to the total uncertainty that we had here. This is the main policy metric. It's basically your end-of-century temperature. And I show now many values of so-called optimal temperature targets. So we go from 3.2 on the top left to 1.4 degrees on the bottom right. And all of these values are optimal for some state. So for some combination of damage functions or discounting. But an important question is then, which one should we choose? We cannot just have multiple worlds going to all these different targets. No, we have to pick one of these targets. And there are various ways to do that. What we look now is at what we call the minimax least regret option. And I'll talk you through it. So on the y-axis, I've shown different what we call policy choices. So the different temperature targets. And as I said, all of these can be optimal for a certain state of the system. So if you assume that damages are very high, then 1.5 degree is optimal. If you assume that the damages are very low, then about 3 degrees is optimal. And the next step, what you do is then look at what if damages turn out to be lower than expected. So what if you assume that the damages were very high, but they turn out to be lower? So that's good news. But then you incur what you call a certain regret. Because if the damages are lower, that means that you did too much mitigation than was actually required. So that's what we call here in blue, regret from too much mitigation. And for a very low temperature target, so a very stringent target, regret from too much mitigation is rather large. It's about 2% of GDP loss, total discounted GDP loss. Whereas for a 3 degree scenario, then there's no regret from too much mitigation because you did very little mitigation in the first place. So there cannot be much regret from that. That's what happens if you have lower damages than expected. But what if damages turn out to be higher than expected? So what if it's worse than you actually thought in the beginning when you set this target? What you have here in red, and almost finished, you see that the regret from too little mitigation is actually much larger if you compare it to the regret from too much mitigation. So if you have a target with very little mitigation, then the regret can be very high. So first of all, what you see here is that it can be worse to do too little mitigation than too much. But this allows us to pick one policy choice given this uncertainty range, mainly by looking at the worst case. What is the worst case that could happen, either too low or the damages are much lower or much higher than expected. So we look at the worst case, and then from all these different policy choices, we pick the value that has lowest worst case regret. And in this case, that's about 1.8 degrees. This is a combination of two models of Mimosa and Remind. So that's already more robust than only looking at one model. But it's an interesting policy outcome that, given this uncertainty, the policy choice of by 1.8 degree would be cost optimal, giving in a medium max least regret policy setting. And it is a least regret policy. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much. And if there are questions, I would be very happy to answer them.
Thank you, Kai. I think that the presentation is really interesting, and it also raised a lot of questions. Some of them have been already replied through the chat, but I just want to pick and iterate a couple of these because they're particularly interesting. First of all, let me, yes, Olivia is asking, where do the low, medium, and high ranges come from? So you can answer on the damage function themselves. So it is Kai. About this, I will add something about the derivation of the uncertainty to build the damage function themselves.
So that's indeed so let me see if I see the question. Yeah, so there are two types of there are three types of damages that we look at. So there's first of all the non-sea level rise damages, then there's the direct sea level rise damages, and then there's the indirect damages. And the first two, they come from the damage function from that COACCH created there. And the damage functions, how they are created, I think Francesco can look at it, can show it. And this uncertainty, so what is low, medium, and high, that are different regressions through the different points of the cost estimates. So one is a 5th percentile of the damages, one is the 50th percentile, and the other one is the 95th percentile. I'm not sure if that's, yeah, go ahead, Francesco.
Yes, and this is for picking the damage levels from the damage functions, but what drives the uncertainty of the damage functions. And basically, you have seen this morning perhaps that the range of uncertainty comes from the combination of social, economic, and development and climate change scenarios. So of course there is higher impact when there is higher climate signal, and also an economic development which is more based on fossil fuel development, but also within scenarios there is a variability which depends on, for instance, the flexibility of moving capital towards regions, and we call this an uncertainty or variability driven by social economic mechanisms, not social economic scenarios. And the other, which is very important, is the variability of impacts within climate change scenarios, because we use different climate models to shock somehow, to perturb the impact models, and this originates an internal variability. So really our damage function put everything together and try to capture as much as possible the uncertainty. And what is nice is that we have been able to measure also to quantify the role of each uncertainty source.
Francesco, if I may answer one question from the chat that I
Yes.
see just now, which I find very, very important from Anna. So the question is that tipping points are not taken into account here, and that's a very important issue that I have not mentioned, that I forgot to mention actually. So that the damage functions that are created here, they don't take into account tipping points, they don't take into account non-market damages like health, and biodiversity loss or ecosystem services. But still, given this rather limited scope of damages, the cost-benefit results are still at 2 degrees or significantly lower. And if we were to take into account those extra damages, then the target would be even lower. So it would really go towards the 1.5 degree. So that's a very important addition. Thanks, Anna.
There were also questions on how much, Juan Carlos is asking how much sea level rise is relevant in defining the impacts eventually. And again, I reply this also for the audience. Yes, of course, sea level rise is very important, is one of the major driver impacts. At the same time, in the damage function, we are considering or to derive the damage function, we are considering all combination of scenarios. So even though in relative terms, sea level rise is one of the most important scenarios, that when there is adaptation, however, can be reduced cost effectively. There are also in the ensemble of scenarios that we originate, situation where sea level rise is not that important. So yes, it is an important impact, but we are also taking into account that we can have adaptation on the one hand, and that in some scenarios it can be less important than other type of impacts.
Yes, I just put it in the chat that the results that are presented here assumed optimal adaptation, whereas the difference, the temperatures would be slightly lower if we assumed non-optimal adaptation or no sea level rise adaptation.
Exactly. Yes, there is a question by Jonathan that has been yes, about the benefit cost ratio. How does this relate our cost benefit ratio of 1 to 2, I guess? How this relate to the Stern 20 parameter for the benefit cost ratio? Stern apparently had a much higher.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe Andries can join in here. Sorry to just call you to the front.
Yes, or Jonathan can raise his question directly if he likes.
Do you want to come in?
Yes, please, Jonathan.
Thank you so much, and thank you, by the way, for this extra analysis that you've done. I found it absolutely fascinating. There's actually 2 bits to the question. One was the diagram you showed with the costs and the benefits, where the benefits were the avoided damages, and then you discounted them to generate your benefit cost ratio of 2 to 1. The first question I had was, what discount rate were you using in that calculation? And then the second one was that when Stern did his original paper back in 2006 or whatever it was, I forget the exact wording, but there was this expression that the damages arising from climate change could be 5 to 20 times higher than the cost of dealing with it, or something like that. I don't think it was a benefit cost ratio expressed in the way that you're expressing it, but I would just love to hear your explanation of that, particularly as Stern has subsequently said that we now think the costs of climate change are even bigger, but also that the costs of dealing with climate change are perhaps slightly less than we had originally thought. So one might imagine that were Stern today to express his ratio today, it would be even larger. So just understanding those two questions, what discount rate you applied in your BCR2 and how this relates to Stern's analysis would be really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jonathan. Great question. So the first one is easy, and I can answer that one. The discount rate we used is a social discount rate is a combination of a 2% average growth, so 2% plus the pure rate of time preference, which we have taken in the value that I showed, about 1.5, which we call the medium discounting. So it gives a total of 3.5% per year as a social discount rate. Now, the second one, Andries, please.
So that's a very interesting question. And I have actually also looked at a Stern review as well to see if we can compare our results. And that's quite difficult because I tried to find benefit cost ratios in a Stern report. I didn't find them. And it does say something, as you mentioned, Jonathan, but that's more that in the far future, the cost will be, or the damages will be 20 times as higher as the mitigation costs, in a certain point in the future. And that's what Kai also showed, of course, right? In the future, you can see high avoided damages, while mitigation costs never exceed like 5% and even decrease a bit over time. Of course, that's and there are a lot of other differences. Stern doesn't optimize. He only looked at a 2-degree pathway basically and a baseline, and he compares those two. He doesn't really optimize. He just compares two pathways. And we optimize, and now we find actually even an optimal temperature. We find now, I mean, even with medium damages, we already find now 2 degrees. And Stern, I think, only got a very low temperature because he used a low discount rate. And now we actually see that even without low discount rates, we already find 2 degrees or less as optimal. The damages in Stern were actually quite a bit lower because they were based on a page model, and the page model also has uncertainties. So the high uncertainty range are quite consistent with our medium assumptions almost, but the average of page discounting was still page damages were still quite lower than we find now. So I think that's a very important addition that we show in the COACCH project, is that really based on impact modeling, we can now see that the damages are probably much higher than previously thought, and we don't need like low discounting anymore to get an optimal temperature that's Paris compliant, basically.
Yes, if I may add very quickly, because then we are not finished, because I would also like to reserve the last 10 minutes to present all the data that I've been able to produce, and giving the floor to Esther for the final presentation. But the Stern approach is much more normative, I would say. Our is more, let's say, positive approach, in the sense that Stern assumes a very longer time period to compute the cost and benefit, 200 years. He assumes that the pure rate of time preference is very, 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 very low, and which is everything legitimate. But what we try to do is to stay more on the positive side. So, of course, there is subjectivity, but we wanted to take into account quantitative evidence and transparently communicate each source of uncertainty. And we show that without catastrophic events, without very low discount rate, but using what we have been able to elicit from people, we anyway are able to identify much higher damages than before. So in the end, we don't really need all these further assumptions to justify an aggressive mitigation policy, also with adaptation. So these are, I think, all the added values of this project, of course, without undermining the previous results from the previous studies. Okay, with this said, I would really give the floor to Esther to present give an overview of the database, because all this is available for you. So if you have the time and patience to mine the data in addition to the Explorer. So Esther, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Francesco. Okay, so I will just take a few minutes to walk you through all the data that has been generated in COACCH. Sorry, let me share my screen again. As you have seen throughout the day, throughout the COACCH project, there has been a very big ensemble of models that have produced results to obtain this downscaled assessment of the risks and costs of climate change in Europe. So the data that generated in this project is collected and disseminated via a data repository that I will shortly explain here. And the purpose of this data repository is really to act as a repository where all the data can be found, rather than the Explorer, where the Explorer can really be used to analyze the results, as Gabriella has shown earlier today. So the database includes, but it's not limited to, the variables in the policy simulator. In fact, it includes everything, all the results that have been generated in COACCH. So really the results, not actually also the input data that is available somewhere else. So some of the features of the database is that it's open access, so all the data is open access, and therefore we have chosen for an approach where the data itself is hosted on Zenodo. The advantages for this is that you can easily search it and reference to it, because it is then assigned with a DOI, and it's published by a license of the choice of the author, as long as it's within the open access requirements. We also provide a metadata documentation of all the different data sets, and of course the data repository is downloadable and permanent. So I will in a bit walk you through the data repository itself. Just to say that the data is organized as much as possible in a common format, with the items here listed in the first column. And a lot of these items are COACCH specific, as you have seen throughout the day, where they are defined by sector, by some main keywords, and by the SSP, RCP, and GCM combinations that we have consistently used throughout the project. And then two other main elements here are the time and the spatial resolution to which it could be referred. So then to the data repository itself, you can find this here. So this is the link, it's coach.easa.ac.at. It's organized by three main elements. So the sectoral impacts assessments, the tipping point assessments, and then the policy impact assessments. And each of these lists then the data that have been generated in the different deliverables. So for example, the impact change calculated with Globium, which is then preceded by a certain description for your use, as well as the COACCH specific metadata that are selected. So the partner, the SSP and RCP space, and as well as the spatial resolutions and the keywords. You could, if you want then to access the data, you can click to the link, which will bring you to the actual data itself. So then just within the data repository itself, it's also possible to navigate, for example, by indexing if we want to know something about floods, since this was discussed a lot. We would have here all the data sets related to the different floods, such as the River Rhine, the sea, and the coastal floodings. which you could then refer to and get back to. So these are the different flooding data sets. Then next to this, there is an index with all the specific COACCH related keywords that have been prescribed. So this would also give you an indication of the actual data that is in there. For example, within the NUTS2 level, as we have been discussing a lot, disaggregated results as well, you can browse through the different data sets that actually list results at the NUTS2 level. And then the last thing that I wanted to show you is to go back, because this is then really indeed a bit mining through the data. Maybe just to highlight, there is of course, if you think, okay, this is all the data, but how to make sense of this, there is of course the link to the scenario explorer listed in here as well, and this will take you back to then have some interactive use of the data itself. One last thing that I wanted to highlight to you is that there is also an online documentation of all the data published, which is indicated by the same in the same free access, where all the various data sets are listed, prescribed with their identifications in terms of the description and in terms of what they actually contain, and again with the related link to the actual data. And I think this is it from my side very shortly, so happy to answer any questions with regard to this.
Thank you, Esther. So as you see, we try to have these two, in addition to all the scientific work, these two tools that enable the usability and possibly to explore all the results that the project produce. Our ambition is that a lot of people start to writing us asking help to use the data for their research. So we're very happy if all these results can be used by the community, not write us too often because we have also other things to do, but we're very happy to support you in answering the question and using the data. They are meant to be public and they're meant to be used. So we are here to support this exchange. And of course, we are very willing to, this is just our first experience in this more or less in this domain, but we are very keen in accept suggestion to improve next time. So with that said, I don't just, of course, I'm looking if there are some questions on the data or others, but it has been really a long day, and I really thank, of course, the presenter, but mostly all those who have who stayed with us until now. Let me just wait 10 seconds to see if some late question may pop up. I don't see it. So, okay, what's next? Of course, we are going to finish the very last bit of research, which is mostly packaging, and we are put everything in the on our website. Again, there are not only the policy brief, but those who are more perhaps daring could also have a look at the deliverable themselves. They're really bulky documents, but they are divided in sections, so you can really find there a lot of more many more details on our research. The data are also there, so you are very welcome to visit us and contact us. There are all the addresses and mailing links that you can use. Again, thank you for being with us until this late afternoon, and hope the research has been interesting for you and the presentation also sufficiently engaging. Thank you again, and hope to have the possibility to perhaps interact bilaterally with some of you in the future as a research partner or any other kind of academic relation. Okay, thank you very much.